Timmy, Mammoth Hunter.
Church of the Flying Spaghetti.
Yep. They're called Pastafarians.
That was great. I just wanted to get it up.
Oh, I fucking nailed him.
You got him.
Dude, they fucking spawned the whole fucking...
Dude, I watched that happen. Grandpa Bill?
Francis? And that's Grandpa Bill.
Eat shit, Tank. I hope somebody's in chat to clip what I just did there. God, the light.
Well done.
Yeah, back up, back up. That's a recipe to get launched. Fuck.
Oh no.
Ah, he pulled me back into my own pipe bomb. Eat shit, fucking stalker. Oh, that kind of pissed him off. Look out, move. Tried to warn you. Oh, oh, you bitch. You bitch. Hey, what's up, Purple?
Purple. Oh shit.
Oh shit. I can't go anywhere. No! No! Oh god, no, not again. Oh, I'm so screwed.
I really wish that was clipped.
Jesus. Hey, you bitch. I bought tons of arrows from you. I know you have money. Can you please buy some of this crap from me, please?
Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
I'm here to deal some damage to your pocketbook, bitch. Open up and say it. Well, happy marriage. Don't eat. Don't. That's my horse.
Got attacked on the base stage.
Right. Ah, motherfucker.
Did you just do what I think you did?
Yes. I don't want to fucking talk about it. Yeah, Nanu's armpits almost killed me.
The broomy broomies.
Oh. Woo! My trick truck.
I'm just gonna throw this knife at you, because you can't do anything about it.
Wait. Who's carrying a cup?
Huh?
Were you... Dubbed, were you carrying a cup?
No, what you on about?
Chat! Clip! I'm coming.
No, 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 no!
Please. Patricia. This isn't fucking funny. Dude. Dude.
Ooh.
Patricia. Fucking talk to me, bitch. Oh yeah, I have multi-hit again.
Whisper in my ear.
Fuck you, man! Fucking mannequins. Fuck.
Yes, yes, yes. Get out of there. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No!
THC, do you have this game?
Go away!
Dude, you should play with us.
No!
Did you die?
Let me out! 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 Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you guys. Holy fuck. How did you all get in there? That was
Fucking Christ, you scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. God, you and Purple have a problem, I swear to God. Fix my fucking desktop. Give me a sec.
Why? Oh god. Could you please stop? Oh, for fuck's sake, stop, please. This is no.
I can't.
Click,
Come on, come on.
click, click.
I have a feeling part of the reason why we're still alive is because
Nope, that was it. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Oh, but wait. There's more, motherfucker!
How did you do that?
All I know is it feels really weird to have your balls hanging down each side of a fucking thong string.
Let's go.
Okay?
Where you going, huh? Think you can vote for me?
What happened?
No, Purple. Let's just leave it as B. I'm just a car. Don't worry about it. I'm just a car.
Oh, what the? Stop moving.
No, I can make this happen. Don't worry about it. I got this. This is my driving skills on my head. Slow down a bit.
You're right.
I'll just say, oh, you like that maneuvering? Clunk.
Yeah, I know, it's my famous last words of my cockiness when it happens. You like that shit? Crash.
Crash.
Yeah, we love that shit. Do it again.
This shit was amazing.
Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck off. 42 seconds left? Fuck. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, theys and thems, my non-binary friends, as well as my sibs from other cribs. Welcome back to the channel, y'all. Welcome back to the Church of the Lead Pipe. I've packed the first bowl, I've taken the first puff, I've passed the ditch to the left. Our stone congregation is now in session. How's everybody doing today? Y'all taking care of yourselves and staying out of trouble? Anybody do anything fun and exciting they want to talk about today? What's up, y'all? Jared, Sean, how you guys doing? What's up, Nightmare? Good to see you, bud. So before we get into Ostranauts and our trip back to K-Leg from Venus, there was a huge update today. Which we're gonna get into the meat of right now. Hey folks, Ostranauts version 0.14.2.3 is now available on Steam, and your clients should be updating shortly. This hotfix to our recently released Across the System update, adding improved battery readouts, UI helpers, and other fixes. Saves from version 0.14.0.0 and later should work. Note that if you are experiencing issues with the older save, this patch may fix some, but others may persist depending on the cause. Starting out here with the general changes. Batteries and other power storage items now have a new UI showing their current power load, recharging status, and time left until drained. Alarm notifications and nav screen errors should now remain on screen longer, even if fast forwarding. Crew/NPCs that were following player should now correctly arrive with player after using transit options and teleport. Several starter ships that were effectively newbie death traps are now only available during character creation for experienced players. Whodunit plot should now once again be completable. Whodunit plot clues can now be obtained from questioning NPCs, even if the victim's body is on another ship. More UI elements now have tooltips explaining what they do, etc. The bottom HUD, PDA buttons, quick action buttons, etc., etc. Holding left Alt key will now highlight hotkeys for some UI elements. Dead and unconscious characters can no longer form relationships with others. Characters should no longer show training stats for skills they already have. NPCs arriving on the current station should be less likely to immediately die of asphyxiation. Players who change their name after obtaining their first ship during character creation will be able to see their mortgage now. Player's ship will no longer get deleted if it was stolen from a trader during character creation and that trader was traded with. Clicking the crew portraits will no longer steal future hotkey input. A bug which could cause entire ships to be missing in-game due to loading errors has been fixed. Mortgage prepay button should no longer have missing text. The log should now correctly say when the target receives an item as a result of an action instead of saying the player received it. Placeholders larger than 1x1 tiles should no longer move position between save load. The orange gas canister's volume is now more in line with other canisters. In other words, you can now overfill the fuckers. Be careful. Optimizations added to debug console when it is closed to improve performance. Added 3 new debug console commands: summon, plot, and skywalk. Okay. Right-clicking an objective to dismiss it should no longer select the item behind it. Save on exit setting in the escape menu should now remember state from session to session. And that looks like the meat of it. Notes. This hotfix is a sort of a grab bag of fixes and enhancements, continuing our attempts to improve player quality of life. One of the more exciting additions is a new battery UI, visible both in the Mega Tooltip top right and the battery's control panel. For those of you who aren't aware, the battery does have a control panel. This UI will now show not only the overall percentage charge, but the average power load over the last 10 seconds and estimated time until drained. It will also indicate when it is being charged. A number of players reported nav screen alerts disappearing too fast to read while fast forwarding, so that was also changed to work in real time instead. Issues with crew following the player when they use transit should now be resolved, as well as several issues that could cause ships to be deleted from the save, which made transit do nothing. We pulled several starter ships from the character creation pool for players who are in the game for their first time. Examples include the cargo pod ship, which lacked any life support, the box sled, which had no atmo between airlock and cabin, and some others where access to components was hard. We feel many of the bad first game experiences may be due to choosing one of these ships early on and not realizing the danger until later when it's too late. Players who successfully dock with a derelict will unlock those ships in subsequent new games. Ah. Okay. In other words, that one part of this patch isn't going to faze me. The whodunit plot had some errors in it which could cause it to dead end and block future iterations, and that should work now. We started adding more tooltips to UI items, starting with the bottom HUD area and PDA buttons, plus left alt key will now highlight hotkeys on UI items. Plus a range of other fixes and improvements in this patch. As always, there's plenty more for us to fix, change, and add, and we'll be continuing in roughly that order. In the meantime, let us know if this patch helps you out, as well as if it reveals any new problems. And that's pretty much it. Hey, what's up, Daisy? How are you? That weed ain't gonna smoke itself? Good God, no, it sure won't. What's up, Chili Dogs? How you doing, man? The Chili Dogs, you learned something new from me this morning. I literally shout you out. I type @SU and it hit enter. You're playing Skyrim, Daisy? Nice. And words and stuff and things. No, I heard you shout someone out while I was uploading to YouTube because I had you up in the background, and you're like, "Existence was right," and I'm like, "I heard that." That's what that was in reference to, because I don't think you saw it right away. But anyway, so big patch for Ostranauts, and now I'm gonna get that game loaded up. We are right on the cusp of our exit location to get out of atmosphere, or not atmosphere, out of the gravity well. We just got to wait for V-Orb to drift a little bit farther. And we should, as far as shoulds go, should be able to break the gravity well fairly easily. But there's like a derelict or two that are going to be outside the gravity well that I want to try and snipe, so...
Mike 3-4, you are cleared for
So I want to hopefully pull some arrow parts. I still must say this is really cool. Okay, so left alt, huh? Interesting. Once the station here is on the other side of this red line, we should be able to complete our exit maneuvers. Because we'll detach from the station, because that red line represents the outer edge of the gravity well. Like, we still got gravitational influence here. It's 1/10 of a G, but that should drop a little bit slowly but surely as we get more onto the edge here. I feel like Venus's gravitational influence extends a fair bit beyond this red line, though. Yep. I'm actually just about to leave. I'm just waiting for V-Orb to pass the outer edge of, No, I shouldn't be. Check, check. Mic check. Check, 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 check. Yeah, my mic's working just fine. It's you. Yeah, I realize that. Anyway, yeah, I'm at V-Orb. I'm actually getting ready to leave. V-Orb's almost at its apex, which is going to be just outside the gravity well of Venus. Or at least the major influence of it. I'm still going to have like a 1/10 of a G for gravity influence, but I can fight that. All paid up still. Docking fees. Don't need that getting in the way of my escape trajectory here. I want to be as far outside of this influence as I can get. About there. Should be more than enough to fight these G-forces. Where is the peak of this orbit? Got to be getting really close to it here in a second. Okay, it's coming back now. got hit hard. Thought I repaired all this shit out here. No, you fuck. Hey, what's up, Incognito? How you doing, man? Welcome to another episode of Timmy being a fucking idiot. Because this derelict is outside, more or less, the gravity well of Venus, I want to try and fucking salvage some aero parts off of it if possible. On my way out. I doubt I'm going to get enough to make this thing fucking atmosphere capable, but it's a start. And yes, this means I'm planning multiple trips out this way periodically. No. I should be able to. It's a derelict, so I don't expect to be too many good parts. I should be able to strip them and yank them fairly quick. That would be hard on the torch calculations, honestly. Never mind the stress on the two ships. Even with a towing brace. Ah. I've already posted pictures of my ship on the Discord. Granted, it was still a work in progress. I added like a couple more things after that picture was dropped, but nothing super major. Oh, the Toad Derelict. Yeah. Oh, my docking experience with V-Orb last night, that was totally a bug. It happens when you super fast forward past your end torch calculations. It, for some reason, puts you right next to your destination. Happened to Magpie once. I should probably seriously start slowing down now. You know, what's funny is this ship was actually ID'd for me when I got out here. Which means I pulled data off of a nav console or something and uploaded it to my nav console. And this ship happened to have contact with that ship at some point. I know, that's why I'm going after it. If it's the one I think it is, it could potentially have up to 4 of those arrow fucking parts. Never mind the potential plethora of arrow walls and stuff, too. Yeah, very outer edge, basically. The gravity well extends out a little bit farther than the red line indicates, apparently. But point 1 is easy enough for me to fight with my thruster configuration. I would imagine Earth has a similar gravity well, too. That gets further compounded by the moon. Boy, I'm not going to have a lot of time to do this, am I? Yeah, because we're already dropping back towards the gravity well. I'm going to abort this. We're just going to try and... Alright. God damn it. I'm not chancing it. If I get caught back in that gravity well, I'm fucked. Not a chance. They really need to make a place in Venus, because it would only make sense in Venus, that sells aero parts.
Mike 3-4, Juliet to India docking. We have you at our 198. Confirm guidance and begin RCS maneuver.
Yeah.
Cleared for close approach. Switching to 118.5.
I need to get out
Mike 3-4.
away from Venus a little bit before I try this fucking maneuver.
Juliet India approach. This is Mike 2634 requesting IFR advisories with information Lima.
That's why you always check where that yellow line's fucking going. So, more so the fucking beginning of it than the end of it. This is the beginning is where you're most likely to fucking pulverize yourself. It's just left Alt, actually, not Alt L. Yup. Huge update, man. Zombies over here worried about their love life. I know, right? Now that I know I'm gonna end up cutting through here, I need to be on the other side of this shit. Go this way a little bit. You just never realize the fucking scale of things when you're drifting around the boneyard at Kaleg. That area is so fucking tiny. Like, Venusian space easily spans the entirety of the distance between all the nav beacons plus more. It's insane. Not a chance. No, I'm going to do more expansions to my ship, I think. I need to collect a bunch more Hydras, and I'm going to convert this area here into a Hydra chain. And then I'll just have this for storage. And then I'll start mounting more thrusters. When you watch someone who does sim racing and then lots of bubble wrap. Wait. Are those like your streams you watch? Someone popping bubble wrap? Like, I totally get it, man. Like, the sound is just so satisfying. Oh, just two thoughts. If I could afford bubble wrap like that, I would totally take advantage of the bubble wrap niche. Oh, gotcha. And then put bubble wrap around my fucking ship. Now, if I understand orbital mechanics at all, while I am slowly drifting outside, my trajectory is still constantly being changed by the gravitational pull of Venus, and I'm actually getting pulled slowly around this red line track, even though I'm gradually going farther and farther outside of it. So in theory, even though I'm slowly drifting outside of it, I'm still gonna follow this fucking track. And I'm not, in the grand scheme of things, once I get out to about here, which is gonna take fucking forever, by the way, I should still technically be in orbit of Venus, right? Oh, fuck. Bedroom. We'll deal with it later. Actually, no, I'll deal with it now. Of course. No, it's the other thing. Okay, I could totally see the fucking use of the fucking patches, because that was an instant fucking fix on the leak. Whereas right now, I'd be still patching the hole in the fucking wall. Maybe restoring it. Whereas now, I'm actually already repairing the fucking power conduit. Oh, they totally check out. Fuck. Oh, okay. So one, you're talking about the blister kit too. So one is an actual like inflatable wall where you put it in a spot and it just becomes a fucking wall, right? The other one is the one I just used, which is a patch, which will not fill a gap, but will take a damaged wall or floor tile and make it like new with an ugly red patch on it. Yeah, one fills a gap, kind of like that fucking spray foam insulation, right? Which is what basically the blister kit is. And the sealing kit just patches breaches. They're two different purposes. Ultimately, both would have worked in the situation I had there, just because of where the hole was. I could, if I had just a blister kit, I could use that in front of it, and diagonals count as airtight. You don't have to have a corner piece. Like, this block doesn't actually have to be here for it to be airtight. So, because this is here, I could have put a blister patch. Actually, maybe not. I don't know if it would work with where there's a floor tile or not. I don't see why it wouldn't. It should go anywhere a wall can go. But maybe not. I don't know. But if I could put one here, that would have sealed this up too. But those only last an hour, which is why I don't have them. If I need to patch a hole because a wall actually got destroyed and isn't repairable, I'll just cannibalize any number of interior fucking walls. Like, I could make this airlock smaller to get an extra block, as an example. It would take me a minute to accomplish, but I can do it. Hey, it's your favorite son. Don't touch my PBR. Power grid's intact. Must have just been a glance. Purple! How are you, friend? Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. How's life? Things good? Ready for a day off? I'll day off when I sleep. And I'll sleep when I'm dead. Ick. Man, when I used to work for Holiday, they used to get me with 10 days in a fucking row on. But then I'd get like 4 in a row off. They just shift my schedule around so that my fucking days off were at the beginning of one week and the end of the next. Fucking 10 in a row, man. Did it to me all the fucking time. But the thing is I'd rather have 10 on and 4 off instead of fucking work the fucking morning shift, go home, sleep for 8 hours, come back, work the night shift, go home, sleep for 8 hours, come back, work the fucking afternoon shift, go home, sleep for 8 hours, come back, work the morning shift. They fucking did that shit to me all the time, too. I hated that shit. Fucking hated that shit. That meant I was fucking leaving work and going home, going to bed right away, and then waking up early to fucking go to work again. Did it for fucking days in a row. Oh, yeah? Who you find? Sleep Tug? Oh, they're good. They're good. Their shit comes up in my shuffles periodically. Because Spotify can't figure out what I like because I have too much stripper music in my fucking playlists. Yep. Well, that's because, contrary to the popular belief, strippers dance did just about anything, okay? I get so many random fucking things. Man, I used to have entertainers that would literally dance to whatever people wanted to hear. Because they'd make money. Those are always my favorite entertainers, though. The ones that would let me play based on the crowd. Okay? And just let me do my thing. Because if they knew if the crowd is having a good time and enjoying the music, they're more likely to be a little more forthcoming with the dollar bills and stuff. God damn it, what hit me now? And where? I gotta get some Whipple shields on this fucking thing. Oh, it looks like I got hit there. I'm still on the right side of the snow. Which, according to most, is a positive. I'll debate that from day to day. Oh, we got a dusting. Just enough to make everybody forget how to drive. I don't like crossing the street to get to work right now. It's hazardous to be a jaywalker. I'm learning orbital mechanics. Because this is a game that actually makes you smart. Seriously though, I haven't used Purple gifts me a or Purple Purple subscribes to the channel, and then our altar boy returns to us. Altar code, how are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the biddies. The church is just not the same without its altar boy, okay? Working and lurking as always. I got you. So how long you in China? For a week? And then where are you back to after that? Oh, you were there for 10 weeks and now you're home in Bangkok. Gotcha. You just back for the holidays then, or? Oh, fun. Okay. I want some different music. It's time for some ICP. Of course I'm staying out of trouble. I don't have time to get in trouble anymore, Alter. I mean, unless you're talking in-game, at which point I'm always in trouble. I'm always in trouble. Right now, I'm trying to understand orbital mechanics. Because this is one of those games that you actually have to have a basic understanding of rocket science. And by basic, I mean basic, but still an understanding at all of rocket science to do shit. Believer. Man, wouldn't it really suck if a pirate decided to dock with my ship right now and fuck with me? While I'm in the middle of very sensitive fucking orbital drifts. For those of you who don't understand what's going on, right now I am kind of partially trapped by the gravitational pull of Venus at the moment. This big blue fucking thing here. And to save on fuel, I'm kind of just... I'm slowly drifting outward, but I'm using the drift I'm utilizing the gravitational pull to kind of just gradually drift along this red line, which is its outer reach of its gravity well. Just following along this line, gradually drifting outward until I get to hopefully around here sometime in the next God knows how many hours. So I can then plot a torch drive path back to Ganymede so I can go buy an apartment. Oh, Jesus, red light district. I'd do fine there. My only problem would be a language barrier. Otherwise, I'd be fine. Oh. Shit. Shit. Well, it's official. This ship is going to be fucking Swiss cheese by the time I get out of here. You'd have trouble not gawking. Yeah. I'd probably get in trouble for not gawking. Because I'm so fucking desensitized from past career choices. No, honestly, I'd take one look at me and go, fresh meat? Wait, nope. This guy knows. And then I'd get ignored. Nobody would want to try and be my friend. I don't doubt that. Alright, crisis averted. Just gotta repressurize everything now. This room, of course, is untouched because it's still sealed off. Okay, close these doors. What's my shoe size? 10.5 to 11, depending on the cut of the shoe. I'm like a 10.5 wide or an 11 normal. I have big feet. You know what big feet mean? Big shoes. You have duck feet. My sister used to be pigeon-toed. Maybe you two are related somehow. Purple, if you're planning on getting me shoes, I need new work shoes really bad. Anti-slip kitchen shoes. Because my current ones, they're kind of seen better days. But I'm going to forewarn you, too, if you are getting me shoes, I am very brutal on shoes. They don't last very long, especially in the kitchen. But those are just the kitchen shoes. I have regular everyday shoes that serve me really well because I wear them for like 10 minutes a fucking day. Work shoes get worn all the damn time, and thus I kill them. Man, it smells like shoes over here now. Just smoke some weed. It's worse. It smells like my shoes. Bet you that's what the inside of my character's EVA suit smells like after a long flight to Venus and back. This lighter's almost dead. What, for lighters? Oh yeah, I got a fucking million of them. This one's just gonna float around my desk almost dying for fucking ever. Oh, I don't use torches for weed. Ruins it. I mean, they're great when it's like when you're trying to smoke a bowl in the wind, because the wind won't blow them out, but you just fucking torch your weed. Use torches for meth. You light incense and candles, that's fair. Okay. Well, I have to say the orbital mechanics actually are functioning the way they're supposed to. Am I still, like, getting farther away from this line? I'll tell here in a minute. Oh yeah, I'm still slowly drifting outside of the gravitational well. Very slowly. Jesus. We're still waiting for our first dispensaries to open up here in Minnesota. Yeah. If it's a wide, it's a 10.5. If it's just a normal cut, it's 11. Thank you, Purple. You know you don't have to do that, right? I don't care what color they are. I work in a damn kitchen, man. Odds are, though, if they're legit kitchen shoes, they're probably black. They don't tend to come in too many different colors. Not without spending a horrendous amount of money. Looking at you, Purple. Shoes are like tattoos, or rather, kitchen shoes are like tattoos. The moment you add color, it gets more expensive. They wouldn't stay white for long. They'd be fucking as black as the current shoes within a week. I should probably save. Yeah, you smelled like fast food for 3 years. I don't doubt that. Thankfully, I don't work fast food. I work in an actual kitchen, but I am just the dishwasher, which means it's food's mission in life to somehow get on me in some way, shape, or form the moment it leaves the customer's table. It's just a fact of my life. Our honeys, air honeys, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the Church of the Lead Pipe. If you partake in the greenery, please feel free to have a seat in our rotation to take a puff. If not, never fear. We always pass the doochie to the left anyway. But most importantly, do have a good time. Salute to you, my friend. Jesus Christ. Get it done in just over 3 days. Okay, let's see where the fucking route's gonna take us. I really hope that guy's not going to be in my way. Oh, nice. It's kind of like an old school malt shop. Nice. There's one of those kind of old school 50s malt shops in fucking or at least there used to be in St. Paul called the Malt Shop. We used to meet up there after SCA meetings and such years ago. No, I am not in slow motion, chat. I am under very high G's at the moment. Character can't move. But I've got to eat, drink, and then go to bed. Hopefully in that order. Algae broth in a bag with alligator, pepper, and seared tomatoes. Sounds good for dinner. Now, let's go to bed. Close. A little more comfortable. Now, going here really quick. Time is it's 1:20. Seven. Sleep. Chili vinegar fish balls. That'll be breakfast. And now we gotta take a shit. Chili vinegar fish balls. Quick, we're gonna forbid our airlock access, and we're gonna do some repairs today. since we're not under G-forces at the moment. Grab that. Take off our shoes. Step over here. Now go grab our scrap kit. Yeah, let's get these holes fucking patched. Hey, what's up, Dub? How you doing, man? Got a fucking little fly. Hey, no problem, man. Anytime. I feel bad. I forget to shout you out sometimes. Kinda. During work shift, I try to keep the EVA suit on. And then when I'm sleeping, it's on the fucking floor. That way, if there's a hull breach while I fucking sleep, I can quick throw my EVA on. Because this is an automatic air vent here. So if it detects a sudden pressure change in this fucking room, it slams shut. And I got another one of those vents here, another one here, and another one up here. So all of these areas of the fucking ship are all fucking cordoned off. So I don't lose all of my atmosphere when there's a breach. I started with a crowbar. I tossed it in favor of a cutlass, though. Mostly for armor-piercing capabilities. I don't like hearing ting. I don't know what got hit, though. Whatever it was, it didn't take enough damage that's showing up on my overlay. Okay, hold together long enough for me to restore you, please. Okay. That's done. Okay, the parts box can go back on the floor so we're not encumbered so much anymore. Probably don't need all of those patches on me. Just gonna kind of throw a few of them in here. Okay. Jump on navigation, see where we are. We're still a little over 2.5 days out. But we are now on Earth's, just about to Earth's orbital track. Although Earth is way back here. And this stuff over here is Mars. Ah. We are now in drift phase. We're still thirsty. Oh no, that's out of water. Great. Okay. Entomo protein noodles with nest egg, herb, and dairy flakes. That sounds like a good lunch. Brush our teeth. You know, gotta get those little bits of nest egg out. There, go back to navigation. Oh shit, I didn't even see it actually. Ugh, I hate these cards. There we go. Who was the first person to be prescribed weed? Chinese Emperor Shen Nung in the year 2727 BC. That is the earliest written medical recommendation for marijuana. This Chinese medicine actually has, like, huge, deep history. Spot prawn curry stir fry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that got hit. Okay. Have a good night, Purple. It was good to see you. Thank you again for the resub. I appreciate you. You're fucking awesome, my friend. Much love. Get some good sleep. Seconds. Clock. Left. And we are now under torch. Drink. Alright, I'm gonna try something. Fucking perfect. Okay, we gotta go to the Flotilla first. Actually, I don't need to do this from out here. I can do this from inside. Hey, how's it going, Just Bask? What do you want to know? The core of it is it's a space salvage survival simulation set in a grossly capitalist future. Besides the basic gameplay loop, the early game especially, where you're salvaging stuff, because it's chill. It's super chill, right? I mean, you might run into a pirate or something once in a while, but they're not that difficult to deal with as long as you don't have a shit-tacular character, okay? But the salvage loop is really chill. I like it because I smoke a lot of weed. It gives me a chance to smoke a lot of weed. It gives me a chance to chat with chat and stuff. But the other thing that I really like about this game is its building mechanics. This was my starter ship, and I've slowly cannibalized other derelict ships, taking pieces off of them, and built this out to what it is now. Right? You know, you can see where I've got, like, patchworky tiles where I just grab tiles from ships to patch in spots where I was expanding, and then you can see where I found, like, a bigger ship that had a lot of good tiles, and I expanded out. But in addition to just placing, like, floor tiles, you've got walls, you got power conduits. Once you have equipment installed, you've got to run electrical all the way to said device if it requires power. So you end up with massive power grids like this. It's got a really cool, and I can actually show you this reactor, because I'm actually in the room right now. Well, how close is this to know? It's still going to take forever. But this is your reactor control panel. It's a very realistic startup process. You have a checklist of lights that you follow as you go down the line, flipping switches and shit like that to eventually get this thing to fucking start. This is late game, right? I added to my ship. I was running on batteries in the beginning, right? But then there's also other things like the flight mechanics are very realistic, like painfully realistic. If you don't have even a basic understanding of physics and or rocket science, you're not going to do very well in this game with its flight mechanics. You've got, like, a navigation computer that kind of is just a map of everything. You mostly fly by your numbers here. Your relative velocity to whatever you have targeted. Your lateral drift, left or right, plus or minus. And your range, and then your bearing. And an estimated time of arrival. You've got your fuel, how much fuel is actually there. And then this number shows how fast you can speed up to or slow down from, right? So I could get this thing. What was that about? I can get this thing up to like 20 kilometers per second, right? But then it's not just this little area I'm in. Space is huge. Like, this is the whole solar system. You've got interplanetary travel and stuff like that, and while not a lot of the stations are fleshed out, it's really just Venus and then this area. There's plans to add more. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the ad. I would have totally, like, snoozed that if I saw it. I'm so sorry. What did you miss? Like, where did you get cut off? What was I talking about? It was probably right before I got on the nav computer. I was probably talking about the reactor, huh? Ah, okay, so the space flight mechanics are realistic. They actually have like a physicist type person who's on their dev team who's helping with realistic orbital mechanics and stuff like that. Like I was just testing some of that while I was over by Venus like an hour or two ago. Okay, you can't see the orbital mechanics so well here because this is just an asteroid called 1036 Ganymede. There's not a lot of gravity out here. But I was actually kind of slowly orbit drifting out of Venus for a while I was waiting until I was in a better position to activate my torch drive. Anything you do in Elite Dangerous or any other fucking space game, flight sim, whatsoever, does not prepare you for this. Everything you know from those games, take the garbage can and throw it all right in there. Zip, zilch, nada, anything from those games has any relevance here. None. None. You don't get automatic computers. You don't get, this is all by the seat of your fucking pants. And even when you're sitting still in space, you're still moving. And this is one thing those games don't account for, is the fact that everything in space is moving. Like, if I turn off my tracking computer here for a second and start zooming out, everything is fucking moving. Everything's orbiting the sun. Everything has a path. You're one of the few things that can alter that path, obviously, or alter your own path. Additionally, you don't hit a key and change to that direction. Whatever your velocity is in the opposite direction, you have to fight to change your to change your trajectory. It's literal, like, actual flight mechanics and shit. Kerbal, if you're familiar with Kerbal, you'll do a little better in this. They're closer, but it still doesn't prepare you for, like, K-Leg, Ganymede, OKLG, this area. It's not so bad once you get used to the basic mechanics. You don't see the real, true reality of how accurate their mechanics are until you go to Venus. Like, there's nothing that prepares you for that fucking nightmare. Nothing. Another thing about this game, everything is real time. 1 second is 1 second. Things like travel take a long time to do. There is time dilation, I just don't like using it. If I'm traveling interplanetary, things that take days, I will use the super fast forward, which lets you skip up to 6 hours at a time. But otherwise, I don't like speeding up and down the time dilation. Because you can go up to 16x, where 1 second is 16 seconds. But if you forget that you've got time dilation going and you do, like, if you touch a thruster on the nav computer, what is a 1 second fucking RCS burst, in real time is 16 seconds of RCS thrust at 16x. So just a couple seconds, and you can throw your whole fucking course way off, and you have to fight your own momentum to correct it. So I don't like using the speed up and slow down, but I will use the actual skip time. So I need to eat. Yeah, it's totally a lot of fun, though, once you really get into it. But the learning experience is one of the most painful, frustrating things. Because you all of a sudden need to know things that you probably didn't think you'd ever fucking use when you were in school. Okay? And you have to use it all on a game of all things. I was just joking last night how I can feel the wrinkles fucking growing in my brain as I play this game more and more. But I will tell you this, too. The experience I had in this game that actually sold me on this shit, the experience that sold me on this was my first experience with a micrometeorite impact, where it tore a hole through one of the corners of my ship. It didn't do enough damage to cause a hull breach, so I still had atmosphere, and I couldn't find the fucking... I couldn't figure out why half of my ship lost power. Namely, my navigation and like, one of my thrusters and some other shit, right? Half my ship was fucking dark. This little fucking tin can of a fucking ship with a thruster strapped to it, right? Fucking... I'm sitting there, I'm fucking cruising at like 500 meters per second relative velocity towards some random derelict. Because I finally just got comfortable with getting off of the fucking station and whatnot, and I was gonna go salvage some stuff, and I was all excited, and then, wham! Fucking power goes out. And I'm like, I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking barreling at twice the speed of Mach Jesus towards a fucking derelict, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, what the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? I paused the game, and I just sat there, and I'm just like, all fucking pouty. I'm like, fuck, I just failed again, you know? And then I'm like looking at my ship, and this time around on this playthrough, this run, I had a starter ship that was very obviously some sort of wreck that was picked up and then rebuilt and then sold to me. Or some shit, right? Because it had, like, jumper cable things. These conduits, these jumper jack cables, emergency cabling, just sticking out of random parts of the fucking walls of this little fucking tin can of a ship. And I'm, like, looking at them, I'm like, those actually don't run to anything, do they? I'm like, why are they there? You know, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, I wonder. And then I ran around my ship, and I managed to find like 3 or 4 or 5 of these fucking things. And I fucking jacked one of them into where I had power in the ship still over by my battery. And I fucking stretched it, like 3 or 4 or 5 of them, however many it was, across to this part of the ship where I had no power. And then all of a sudden, all my lights came back on, and my nav computer beeped, and my O2 alarm went off and fucking reset, and I was back in fucking business, scrambling to the nav console to fucking... It was already too late to slow down, so all I could do is just change my course, so I went around it, and then I kind of came back to it from the other side. But still, it was that experience, that having to stop and think like a fucking engineer in an emergency situation, that fucking sold me on this game. It was the fucking hardest fucking adrenaline rush. And I've just been addicted ever since. Oh yeah, it's fucking great. But yeah, when it happens the first time, you totally freak out. Like, I totally thought I was fucked. I didn't know what to fucking do. And I just thought outside the fucking box. And that's gonna bring me to another point. Like, if you have, like, hull breaches and stuff like that, if you don't have patch kits or the ability to repair them, you can yank out the broken fucking wall and uninstall, like, an interior wall. and drag it over and use it in the fucking hole. Plug it in. Just fucking install it there. Yeah, you lost part of an interior wall, but you stopped your hull breach. Yeah, it takes a while. You're gonna have to repressurize that fucking room. Maybe your whole fucking ship. But you stopped the fucking hull breach. Additionally, like, you can take fucking power cables or power conduits that are running to non-essential systems, and you can reroute power wherever you fucking need to if you take the time to rerun the fucking wiring. Like, there's so many fucking things. All these weird little mechanics that are just a byproduct of the building mechanic of this game. And I love it. I fucking love it. My ship literally started out, it was just this airlock. Only the airlock was smaller, okay, because I've added to it. Like, there's a towing brace and stuff in here now that allows me to, like, dock on ships and then, like, secure them so I can drag them around if I want to. But anyway, moving right along. So it's just an airlock and a nav console, like, right over here, and a heater and a cooler and, like, an O2 pump and then it had a nitrogen. It had a nitrogen pump that was hooked into the RCS intake system. So my intake system for my fucking thrusters was sharing my life support nitrogen in this starter ship. Top it off, the batteries were on the outside. And there's like one thruster on this side and one thruster on this side. And it was just a little fucking tin can. Okay? That's how this ship started. And I've literally just slowly, as I've salvaged pieces that I haven't sold to the black market and the fucking kiosks, pieces that I haven't sold, I've just slowly stickered them to my ship. Everything that's in here right now pretty much has been salvaged mostly. Including the reactor, one piece at a time. The reactor is like a bunch of fucking parts. And you can put the reactor together in different configurations so it uses fuel differently, provides more thrust, or any number of fucking things. Right? You know, some of these parts I don't actually need to make the damn thing work. You know, like, I don't need 2 pellet feeders. I can get away with 1. I don't need 2 laser arrays. I can get away with 1. I can get away with 1 cryo pump. I can get away with 1 fuel regulator. I've got duals as redundancies and as added oomph, because this ship keeps getting bigger and bigger. So... But yeah. If you don't mind a very frustrating learning curve, this game is fucking awesome if you take the time to actually learn it. Right? But if you don't have any patience, or if you're one of those instant gratification type people where you're content with playing, like, clicker games and you know, idle fucking games and shit like that, if you're one of the cell phone people, you're not going to enjoy this game at all. You are not going to enjoy this game at all if you like simple, no-brain, fucking just idle games. You know, and likewise, to the shooters, to the FPS crowd out there, some of you guys probably won't enjoy this either unless you happen to like building games. You know. And always remember, sometimes you have to take a shit, too. I don't know why I said that. Always remember to bring a towel. Yep. Hey, what's up, Monkey Hook? How you doing, man? Yeah, don't panic. You know what? That's actually one of the tips that it fucking pops up on the loading screen when you load your game. It says, don't panic, blah, blah, blah. Oh, damn, Monkey. Well, kick back, relax, and enjoy the contact time, man. I'm smoking up. Oh, Jesus. People are so fucking dumb, dude. They fail to realize how dangerous that actually is. Relative velocity is a fucking thing. Just because the rock isn't moving that fast doesn't mean the thing that hits it isn't moving that fast. Oh, scoliosis? Oh, shitty. That's the thing that's becoming more and more common. I think a lot of that's due to a shift in our human habits. There are a lot of us gamers who sit here and game like this all the time. You know, if you're in one position for an extended period of time, your body eventually adapts to that. So, yeah, we're devolving into desk guy. It's the same thing I just said, basically. Just a different example. Yep. That's evolution happening right in front of us, by the way. People just don't fucking realize it. Evolution isn't always a positive trait. It's just nature gearing us more towards what we're doing. That's true, too. Parallel Wall-E universe. Yes! Yes! That's the fucking greatest example right fucking there. Yes! I forget about that movie. Oh, WALL-E's a great film, man. But I feel a lot of people missed the point of it. But, to be fair, me, as one that's aware of this issue, while I am a fucking gamer and a fucking streamer, and I'm one of them fucking Cheeto goblins, right? Fucking, I will always, 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 always be in a very physical line of work. You gotta have a counterbalance, right? So you're never gonna see me work a fucking desk job. Otherwise, I'm gonna be fucked. Physical jobs are the only reason I stay in shape at all. Physical jobs are the only reason I try to stay in the habit of stretching. The days that I work, I have a whole stretching routine that I fucking do as I'm getting ready. I learned in the first fucking 3 days of being a dishwasher, in that environment, you don't, especially if you're an out-of-shape motherfucker like me, you don't want to go into that not stretching. Alright, catch you later, Dub. Stay safe, man. It was really good to see you, dude. Much love, brother. One puff coming right up, my man. Salute to you. I don't like that song. Now, I will say I don't usually stretch on my days that I'm not working. I will get up from the chair here every once in a while and half-ass do my routine, but the full routine takes about 20 to 30 minutes. On stream, I'll do the stretch up, bend to the side, and then down and touch the toes, and I call it fucking quits. And no, you don't get to see me do it, because if I get stuck that way, I don't want you guys laughing at me. Oh, man, dude, my shit's all fucked. I have injuries, man. Like, I almost broke my neck when I was, like, 17, almost 18. Right before Christmas pictures, Mom was thrilled. I fucking hit my head right on my fucking, eye and fucking twisted my shit around. Fucking black eye for Christmas pictures. It's great. Unfortunately, that threw my fucking neck and shit completely out all the way down. I saw a chiropractor for a number of years, but that shit gets expensive after a while. I still pay the price to this day for that shit, though. I don't know how long you plan on sticking around here, Just, but eventually here in the next 54 minutes, you're going to actually see a docking procedure. Because I've got to dock with this station I'm heading towards. So I got a cargo load of, or a cargo container full of water for them. This game has a late game money-making mechanic, cargo shipping, where you buy cargo from one kiosk, or one cargo trade kiosk, and you bring it to a different kiosk in another station or planet. So I brought control systems, as many as I could purchase, all the way to Venus. And then over in Venus, I picked up a cargo container of water and then a cargo container of industrial products. The water's going to the Flotilla, the industrial products are going to OKLG. I haven't decided whether I'm going to make another one of those runs or not, because the Venus trip, it's miserable, to say the least. Eh. Like, everything up there that close to the sun is moving so fucking fast, and even when you're matching speed with shit, you can see, so, like, when you don't have anything targeted, you can still see this line tailing behind your ship that kind of represents how fast you're going, and that fucker is, like, 5 times longer than freaking Godzilla's dick when you're just trying to match speed with the orbital station out there. It's fucking just disgusting, dude. And so and then it's worse because when you get struck by a micrometeor out there while doing shit, you're going at those fucking speeds, and it just devastates whatever it fucking hits. Clax, I'm not sure. I haven't been there. I've been to Venus Orbital Station, and then I've been to Long Beach Terminal. I took a taxi from fucking Orbital Station to the terminal because my ship isn't capable of atmospheric flight, let alone getting out of Venus's gravitational pull from that close to the planet. I'd run out of fuel. I had to spend like fucking 6 hours or something just fucking around, touching up my ship, waiting for Venus Orbital to freaking come back around so it was on the absolute outer edge of Venus's orbital track, or not orbital track, but Venus's gravity well, so I could undock out there and then just ride the fucking orbital track the rest of the way down to where I had a position to fucking shoot myself towards fucking back here to K-Leg Ganymede. Like, it's a fucking nightmare. It's nerve-wracking out there. This shit out here has a real low relative fucking speed compared to that shit. This shit's like meters per second. Out there, it's like kilometers per second. It's really comforting and relaxing to be back here in Ganymede. This little fucking rock floating out in the outer reaches of the fucking solar system is so peaceful. How's everything looking? I got some shit outside that can use some TLC, but otherwise we're looking pretty good. Oh my gosh, you're another one who uses the term dankrupt? Yes! I thought Jazz was the only one. I love that term. It's so fucking true. You'll be happy to know, if nothing else I've told you is sold you on this game, there's one more thing about this game. If you're referring to the term Dankrupt, you're part of the stoner crew. There's one very important thing. I don't take part in it because it can cause issues with your character, because smoking is bad, don't do drugs. But there's 2 brands of weed cigarettes in this game. Unicorn Dream and Damascus Rose. And in the Venus Mall, there's a place that actually sells them in bulk. Otherwise, you can find random packs with a fucking cigarette or 2 in them on different derelicts, just in the fucking unlooted cargo holds and storage bins and shit. Because every fucking wrecked ship you dock on is just trashed. You're just digging through fucking garbage, pretty much, looking for pieces of ship equipment that's actually worth salvaging. Maybe an old PDA with some data files on it that you can fucking sell for some fucking money. Data fucking collection is actually a lucrative fucking deal in this fucking game. I always look for PDAs, man. Some of them files can be worth anywhere from a couple $100 all the way up to, I think the most expensive file I found was, I got like 11 grand for, or something crazy like that. It was insane. I always look for PDAs. You never know what's on them. Additionally, some of those PDA files have like bits of game lore as well. If you're a lore junkie, you can hunt some of that stuff down. I'm actually looking for files related to the Perpetual Protein project, which is a garbage plot line that's in this fucking game that I absolutely despise and I avoid like the fucking plague. But I'm curious as to the lore behind it, so I'm trying to collect all the fucking files related to it, and then I'm going to read them all. But otherwise, I won't trigger that plot because it really ruins my early salvage experience. There's a legal salvage trade market, and there's a black market. There's 2 different sources of fucking money. The black market pays the most, typically, but it doesn't always buy what you're selling. But it does update its inventory frequently, so you can keep checking back pretty often, and they might be buying something that you have later, right? The other place is the licensed salvage kiosk. And for $5,000 a day, you need this fucking license or you're not legal, right? But for $5,000 a day, you get a license that lets you go out into the boneyard and legally salvage whatever the fuck you want without getting bothered by the corporate goons. Okay? You can, and anything you salvage out of there, you can sell to them for a average price, usually fucked. Okay? They paid more than the scrap kiosk, but they still don't pay it well. But they buy everything, that's the thing. They buy everything. If you're pressed for time, you just want to get rid of your shit, they'll take every single item that you have. Right? That's the fucking beauty. I am at... Give me 2 seconds and I'll tell you. 936.3. This is an awesome song, by the way. So, about that salvage license, when you're out salvaging in the boneyard, you have to have the license or you're doing it illegally. The station, OKLG, I call it ATI Corporation. It's like IoT Mwama or some shit like that. They own everything in the boneyard. It's all theirs. And only their guys are allowed to go out and do shit, right? But they lease time to the tune of $5,000 per day for you to go out there and do it and take whatever the fuck you want for whatever purpose, whether it's to cannibalize for your own ship or to sell to them, okay? They don't care. As long as they get their $5,000 a day, right? If you don't have this license, there's local system authority ships that will forcibly dock on your ship and extort you for money. Or any number of other things if you don't have a valid license. If you have a valid license and they dock on you, you show the license and they leave you alone. But otherwise, if you don't have the license, you have to either bribe them or let them take what they're going to take or try and befriend them, maybe suck their dick. You know, like any number of fucking things. But just remember one thing, too. In space, no one can hear a pig scream. So, you know, if you kill them fast enough, you won't get penalized for it. Just make sure they don't report you. Get rid of the body. Pop a hole in their ship and drop the body out that hole. This game is crazy, and it's not without its bugs at the moment, because it's still early access, and they still have one more major release to go before they are considering going into some kind of alpha or whatever. But what they've got already is more than I've seen in most early access games, and a lot of the bugs I can overlook because, you know, most of my performance problems are happening when I'm spending too much time docked at stations. The majority of the game, especially at this point, I'm floating in space, so that doesn't matter, right? So it just tells me it's just NPC fucking AI problems, right? That's the type of shit that'll get ironed out eventually, right? You know, otherwise, there's the random ha-has once in a while you see from, like, any kind of fucking game. Most of the game-breaking stuff, though, has been fixed in recent updates. And they just gave us a whole bunch of quality of life overhaul-related stuff in the last 2 patches. But remember one thing. This game will never have automated docking or any kind of crazy autopilot beyond the torch drive's plotting course, right? Everything else beyond that is all done by you. It'll never have a click a button and you're done, right? Right. It'll never have anything like that. It'll never have an easy mode no matter how late game you get. That is not the intended path. You know, and I think we can blame Satisfactory for the quality that or the standard that we've got coming out of this. I will tell you one thing. If you are having trouble with docking or whatever and you want to cheat, there's this rescue screw. You can pick a station and an instant dock with it. It's a debug feature for right now, but it's there. That's what it's for. Mostly if a bug causes you to go, like, flying out of the system inexplicably, or your super fast forward fucks up, any number of things, right? It's there. But, you know, you can fly in really close to a station and then hit the pause button and then go into the rescue screw and then select the station and then just instant dock with it if that's how you really want to play. Okay? You can do that. For right now. But if you stick around here for another 38 minutes, probably closer to 40 because I've actually got to slow down a bunch. You stick around here for at least the next 45 minutes or so, you'll see the docking procedure and why I will never use the rescue screw. To give you a little spoiler on the docking screen, have you ever seen any of the Alien movies, specifically like the first one? So in the very beginning of the first Alien movie, when they're in the docking phase of whatever, doing their landing or whatever, there's this docking ring screen. Okay? It's like a fucking little circle. They're trying to line up the circle in the distance with the circle up close, right? Okay? That's what the docking system is in this game. It's just like that. And I fucking love it. It's very unforgiving. If you really fuck up, you fuck up. Yeah, it can be really difficult to recover from an overcorrection, as an example, or if you're not paying attention and you need to overcorrect, it can be a nightmare. But once you get used to it and the fine-tuning, it's not that bad. You have a throttle control here that will actually look like this in the docking computer, and you can set your throttle up higher or lower so you can control your thrusters. So if you want to make your micro corrections more fine, you drag your throttle down a little bit more. If you need to like overcorrect or correct a little bit harder for some reason, you can crank your throttle up if you need to. You know, just spin around or whatever in the docking screen. I mean, it's there. I advise to find a level that you like, a specific G that you like, and then keep your throttle hovering around there. Honestly. It'll make life easier if you get used to your ship moving at a specific speed, as far as Gs. So, like, and I'll show you this, too, because I've got plenty of time, I can fix this. If I speed up or slow down, right, my accelerometer shows the number of Gs that I'm under, right? And when I'm working with my ship, flying long distances or gaining speed, I sit here and I'll adjust my throttle to sit right around 0.28 to I sit from about 0.26 to 0.29 or 30 for my Gs, right? Because I know how my ship handles at that setting. Now, I will say this, too. The more cargo that you have on your ship, the bigger your ship is, the more this gets affected. It takes into account weight and mass to some degree or another. So the heavier your ship gets, the more you're going to have to fuck with your throttle to get it to sit where you want it when you're under thrust, right? But then you can install more thrusters, too, if you don't want to fuck with your throttle. If your ship's getting heavier through design and whatnot, you can add a thruster. Or a pair of thrusters. To bring that throttle back down to where you fucking want it. You know, it all depends on how sensitive you want this. Now, do keep in mind there is, depending on how your character got built during character creation and what disabilities your character has, there's only so many G-forces your character can handle before he blacks out and you lose control. Okay? If you like the TV show The Expanse, the mechanics in this game are very similar to how they're portrayed in that TV series. If that makes sense. It's not quite 1-to-1 accuracy, but it's really fucking close. At least watch it. I don't read books. I'm dyslexic as fucking hate books. But definitely watch the TV series. It's totally worth fucking watching. It was fucking hands down, one of the best sci-fi fucking TV shows ever. It's got the most realistic space mechanics you'll probably see in a science fiction television show. The only thing that's really not scientifically accurate is the fucking blue goo. Sorry for the spoiler. Otherwise, everything else is really close to accurate. They've, like, won awards and shit for their accuracy. It's crazy. Oh, and Just Bask, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I didn't properly greet you before. Welcome to the Church of the Lead Pipe. Since you partake in the greenery, please feel free to have a seat in our rotation, take a puff. If not, I'll pass the duchy to the left and you can live vicariously through me instead. Salute. This one's for you. I'm not a game channel, I'm a stoner channel that plays games. That does mean my game changes very frequently. I've just been stuck on Ostranauts in hyper focus since its last huge update, when they fixed shit. I loved the game before when I was playing it before, but it fucking bugs broke it and I couldn't fucking play. So I had to fucking wait. As soon as they fucking had a patch that showed that the bug that put me out was fixed, I was like, okay, I'm going back. And I've been stuck ever since. This is like stream number 23 in a row. So over 3 weeks. Yes. Actually. Give me 1 second. There's a guide. Give me 1 second. Here it is. I had to find it. It's spoiler cheaty, sorry, but it will give you the answers to all the adventures when you choose to do an adventure during character creation, and you can answer those questions. You can choose the answers that'll best benefit you for how you want to build your character. My biggest piece of advice when you're creating your character, remove micro G hypovolemic right away. Just it'll be the best year you will ever fucking spend. It's the first thing you get rid of. Just get rid of it. You won't get it back. Unless you're stupidly unlucky. It's really hard to get that back. But get rid of micro G hypovolemic, right? Don't worry about everything else, okay? And don't be worried about playing an older character either. Older characters have some huge advantages because of how long they go through character creation. Everything you do in character creation takes X number of years, right? Adding or removing traits and skills directly will be 1 to 3 years, whereas an adventure is 1 year. Okay? What I did is I removed micro G hypovolemic, and then I did adventures until my character tipped into middle-aged. And as soon as my character was middle-aged, I then started removing all of my nasty negative traits. And the reason I waited till then to remove the negative traits is because middle-aged is a bitch. Anything you remove early on, you can pick back up very easily when you turn middle-aged, right? So if you wait for middle-aged to already happen, your likelihood of getting nailed with those traits again while you're removing fucking traits and shit is less likely. Very much less likely. Okay? You can't get what you already have. Long story short. You can give yourself an advantage by answering the questions during the character creation adventures to change your traits however you want, so you can have a little bit of a boon. Certain things you won't have to get rid of because they'll be already gone. That's perfectly fine. You know, that's your chance, your choice. But as far as spending the 3 years to get rid of unfit as an example, that should be one of the last things you get rid of. Start with, once you're removing your negative traits, start with the ones that only take a year or 2 years or whatever, right? Start with those, and then get rid of the ones that take 3 years. Okay? And the reason for that is those ones that take 3 years are a total fucking bitch. Okay? And it sucks to pick them back up when you're getting rid of a 1-year thing. It's better to just get rid of them last. Okay? Because they cost so much to get rid of. But anyway, once my character was 36 years old, I think it was, and I'd removed the last of my negative traits. You want to be about 36, 37, give or take. And then spend a year or 2 years searching for a ship. Okay? Doesn't matter what ship, they're all gonna fucking suck. Some are worse than others, but they all suck. Okay? They all have their own little learning curve and fucking stupid shit. In the end, they're not gonna be the same shit by the time you're fucking done. You're eventually either gonna replace them or expand them. Okay, but whatever ship you pick, you'll have a mortgage that you'll have to pay on it, probably. Okay? Once you've picked your ship, you get dropped into the game. And from there, do what you want, man. What I do is I go to the gig kiosk and I abuse the pause function to pause the game as much as I can when I need to. Because I'll take local station gigs, deliver this from the K-Leg port to the K-Leg commercial district, which is just a quick hop on the transit, which takes 2 seconds, right? So you take that gig and then you access the gig kiosk locker, which is the same fucking thing you clicked on to access the gig kiosk, right? You access the locker, you take the thing out, put in your inventory, and then you run to the transit and you go to whatever district you were supposed to bring that fucking part to. Go to that district, you know, using pause to maximize your time as you look for the gig kiosk and whatnot. Access the gig kiosk locker, drop the item in there. Once the item's in there, access the gig kiosk, the computer. And then in the top of the screen, there'll be a My Gigs button. You click on that. And on the bottom of the screen, there'll be a turn in button. And you turn it in. Once you've turned in that gig, a new delivery gig will pop up in the gig kiosk list. You might have to run to a different location for it to pick it up, but it'll tell you where the pickup location is. Right? But anyway, I run kiosk gigs because they only pay like $1,000 or $2,000 a piece for a platinum tier payout. But when you can chain them one after another like that, and you can make in 10 minutes like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, so you can buy all of your tools, your EVA suit and stuff like that you actually need so you can survive out there long enough to salvage something, it's actually really useful to do it. The gig kiosk is mind-numbingly boring as far as its loop goes, and so you're only going to want to do it as long as you have to. Yeah, it's really easy to make money, but I would rather go out and salvage ships. But you can use the gig kiosk to make money to make, like, your mortgage payment and pay your docking fees and stuff like that. If for any reason you're short on cash, you can use the gig kiosk to make a couple grand real quick. And, oh yeah, totally. You can call my builds late bloomer builds. I'm not ashamed to play an old man. I am an old man. My character's still younger than me. I'm 41 years old, man. My character's like 37, 38, something like that. 39. I have no problem playing an old man. I just won't play a character that's elderly. Okay? Once you become old in this fucking game, that the age cutoff like that for that is like in the early 40s. Right. That's why I said by the time you're about 36 is when you want to start plan on starting to look for your ship. You really want to be looking for a ship by the time, because if you start looking for a ship at 36, that gives you like 4 years. You'll hit 40 years old, and then you'll have plenty of time to fucking play. Because this game is fucking real time, it'll take forever for you to fucking age a goddamn year, okay? Right? It's not that huge a fucking deal. It's not like fucking a month passes in the span of like a week, right? This is like, the only fucking time dilation going on is when you yourself speed up time, and you don't do that constantly. You might knock a day or two off here and there through fast-forwarding time, but The reality is, you can play an older character for easily like 6, 8, 9 real life months before you start having to worry about him aging at all. So by all means, play those middle-aged men. Wait, don't read into that. Actually, the wiki is really accurate. There's a lot of community contributors for it, but there's dedicated people that are writing on it too. I think Incognito's added a couple of notes to it here and there, but it's pretty accurate. It's admittedly more accurate than that guide that I gave you, by the way. I just find that guide has everything in a more convenient format for me. But the wiki will give a little bit more in-depth answer on what some of those answers for the adventures do. I really don't need most of that in-depth shit, because I go after specific things during my character creation. Like, I get anything that gives me hacking right away, and I get anything that gives me skilled in EVA suits. Once you've got those two, you can do more or less whatever the fuck you want. Hacking is great for popping locks on doors and locked crates. It's a convenience thing. Hacking allows me to hack locked PDAs and take the data files off of them. Sorry, ad break. I know, I see. Hey, wow. You're back already? It says the ad break's still going. Holy shit. So the cutoff was hacking doors and boxes. So hacking is a quality of life thing that allows you to hack open locked crates, which are basically, like, I have one on me. You can lock these boxes that I'm carrying here. Or you can find them on derelict ships, and if you see a red light on them, they're locked. You can either pry them open with a crowbar, or you can hack the pin if you have the hacking skill. I prefer using the hacking because it doesn't take up endurance. Personally, it's a quality of life thing I prefer. But the biggest thing with hacking is I make a lot of money with hacking. If I find a locked PDA, I can use hacking to unlock it. Right? And then I can go into home and in files here, and it'll list all the devices that are around me that I have access to, and I can access my PDA and then access the unlocked PDA that I just opened up, and I can copy the files over. You know, it looks like this, right? So there's my PDA, there's my nav station. I can copy all these files over. You know, I just select one, copy it, back and forth. But the big thing with those files is, like, all those ones that you saw stored on my nav console, those are all lore files. I plan on reading those all when I have all of them. But, there are other ones that have value to, like, the black market dealer once you have access to them and whatnot. And he'll buy those files for varying amounts of money, anywhere from a couple $100 all the way up to 10 grand. 12 grand, I think. 11 grand, I think, is what I got off my most valuable file that I found. It was like some sort of fucking prototype something or other file. Yep, almost back to the Flotilla. I'm not that fucking close, though. I'm still outside of their fucking no-wake zone. I do need to consider slowing down here fairly soon, though. Lyra, how are you, friend? 20 streams of Creeping in the Shadows. I love you. The nicest stalker I ever had. It's going pretty good. We're just coming back from Venus. Bringing a cargo load of water to the Flotilla before we head back to OKLG. You wear the nicest stalker title, proudly. I would hope so. Once we're about 500 kilometers out, I'm going to start backing off our velocity a bit. Because I figure, because I'm going right around 750 meters per second. And I'm going to guess I'm going to need at least 150 kilometers to slow down just to like 500. You know, these are all my guesstimates. I'll know a little bit better once I actually see the numbers ticking down. Micro correction here. For the newbies out there, with your flight mechanics and whatnot, when you select your destination, in my case I've selected the Flotilla, you get a series of numbers here. VREL is your relative velocity to the to your target destination. This'll either represent your velocity moving towards or away from it, right? VCRS is your lateral drift, left and right. Okay. RNG is not random number generator. It is your range. I'm almost 500 kilometers out. Almost 600 kilometers out. BRG is your bearing. Bearing is very important. That represents how lined up how the front end of your ship is with the destination, right? This number actually directly affects your ability to dock with a ship. The closer to 0 it is, the more lined up your docking circle starts out when you do your docking request, right? BRG is important. That's your bearing. ETA is your estimated time of arrival. Now, if you're moving towards your target, the relative velocity is towards your target, you'll see an estimated time of arrival of any kind of positive number. If you're moving away from your target, or it's moving away from you, depending on how you perceive things, the ETA will be a negative number. But that's how you tell whether you're actually moving in the right direction and stuff. So if it's negative, that means whatever you have targeted is moving faster than you are. And that your relative velocity is how much faster it is moving versus you. Right? And so you need to move forward to close that gap. And as soon as you start gaining on it again, you'll actually see an ETA that'll probably start out in days. Right? And then as you get faster and faster, it'll tick down. Like, as soon as I hit a range of 500 kilometers, I'm going to start backing up my speed, and you're going to watch this ETA start eventually creeping up instead of down. And we begin our braking decel. Now, I said it was going to be 150 to 200 kilometers to slow down. Let's see how accurate I am. If you're wondering if you're slowing down fast enough, if you see your ETA ticking up, that means you're slowing down fast enough that you'll actually go into a reverse before you hit your target. Okay? If you're holding down your reverse and that number continues to tick down and tick down rapidly, you need to kick up your throttle or start your lateral drift one way or another to go around. Okay? That's my strong little advice for that shit. So, but yeah, as you can see, we're actually ticking up already as I'm slowing down. And it looks like I was about right. It was about 150 kilometers, give or take, to slow down. You know, probably close to 200. I'm going to pause here just 1 second, though, because I have to change my playlist because it looped. Sorry, ICP. Your turn is over. Let's do some classic rock. Some real classic shit. Alright, we're going to hold at this velocity till we get down to about probably 300 kilometers out. Homeboy's fucking thirsty. Other important numbers. This RCS is just a visual gauge of how much fuel you have left in your nitrogen tanks that control your thruster system. This changing number here is a number representation of the percentage of fuel remaining, but also a represented number of the kilograms of nitrogen you actually have in your tanks, right? Delta V represents how many kilometers or meters per second you can speed up or slow down before you run out of fuel, right? So as you use your thrusters, that number slowly ticks down, right? So if I was moving at 20 kilometers per second, I have just enough fuel to actually slow down to a stop relative to whatever I have targeted. Okay. Likewise, if I'm at a 0 stop, I can speed up to 20 kilometers per second if I hold down the thrust long enough. As far as power reserve goes, mine's out of whack because I have a reactor, so I have unlimited power. But when you start the game with a starter ship, you're running on batteries, and this actually slowly ticks down as your ship is running. You can recharge your batteries at one of the kiosks in KLG's port. There are no recharging stations on the Flotilla. Keep that in mind. However, because the Flotilla is an unowned, technically, deal, you could uninstall your dead batteries from your ship and install them on the Flotilla and let the Flotilla's reactors charge them, then uninstall them when they're charged and then reinstall them back on your ship. It's a process and you've got to wait for it, but something to consider, especially if you decide to be an outlaw character that murder hobos everybody and steal ships. Yeah, basically, it's a party trick. Just like batteries, Flotilla does not have facilities to refill your nitrogen tanks either, right? So your RCS, you can't refill that at the Flotilla. I actually have a couple of cargo bins. Oh, fuck off. I have a couple cargo bins, this one and this one, that are full of extra nitrogen canisters, so if I run out of fuel, I can go EVA outside my ship here and hook up new fucking tanks and get fucking thrusters back up on and back online again. Additionally, one thing to note, and it actually saved my life once because I had a torch drive go bad on me. It was one of my first, it was like my second attempt with torch drive travel. It was back from Venus in my last playthrough. So I ran out of RCS because I couldn't slow down from the 15 times the speed of Mach Jesus that I was fucking going. I didn't have enough Delta V to counteract the speed that I was going. And I hooked up every extra nitrogen tank that I had on my ship to my RCS intakes. And I still didn't have enough. And finally, I realized that it says that the thrusters run on compressed gases, usually nitrogen 2. But it doesn't specify that it has to run on nitrogen 2. That means it takes any compressed gas. So anyway, it takes... I had to read that message, sorry. I had to... So what I ended up doing is I ended up taking all of my extra O2 canisters and I put on my EVA suit and then I shut down my life support and stole the O2 and nitrogen canisters from that and hooked those all up to my RCS intakes and had just enough Delta V to slow down to where I could drift the rest of the way back to KLG. Total engineer moment. Another event that really sold me on this game. So yeah, when you run out of fucking run out of fuel, you can always fucking hook up your life support. Saved my fucking life in that playthrough. I thought I was fucked. So, anyway, I don't fly by this map very much, really. I fly by these numbers. These numbers tell me all the relevant information I need. Really quick, though. I am going to save my game, and I'm going to do a preemptive reload. I am seeing my frames drop. I would rather not have fucking framey problems when I'm trying to dock to the Flotilla. Just take me 1 second, guys. Okay, I have pruned my NPCs. Alright, so one of the big annoyances with this game that happens periodically is it starts to have performance issues because there are too many NPCs. And unfortunately, I have to debug that on occasion, which is really easy to do, but it requires another reload of the game in a second here. But I can show you guys that, too. Unlock. Okay, F3 to bring up this console. Unlock, debug. And then you F3 to close the console, you hit the tilde key, and you just hit prune NPCs. And then tilde key to turn that off, and then you save, and then you create blah blah. Fuck. That later. Once you've pruned your NPCs, you quit and reload the game. Yeah, the AI is not fucking perfect. Not in any way, shape, or form. It's actually really bad. But they're getting there. We do have ways of combating it, though. I don't like doing that, though, because what that does is it basically deletes a bunch of NPCs. So if you actually have, like, character relationships with other characters, not that I bother with that garbage, but if you do, some of those characters might just randomly be deceased. Which, to be fair, in this game, NPCs end up randomly deceased anyway because they, like, get attacked by other pirates and things happen to them. Their ships crash and shit like that, but you know, so you just basically speeding up the process on occasion. Anyway, that should fix the issue I was seeing. What I was seeing was a fucking, what's called a frame hitch. It was happening every so many seconds, and you might not notice it initially. You might just notice it as, like, random lag here and there, right? But what I see when it happens is things like my range freeze solid for a second and stuff like that. And if you're in the middle of RCS, yeah, like that right there. And if you're in the middle of RCS maneuvers and stuff, that can really fuck shit up. I can handle one here and there sporadically. But when it happens like every fucking 5 to 10 seconds, then it's kind of an issue. And I'm not above using the debug to fix it. It'll be a long time before I decide to have relationships with the NPCs in this damn game. Most of them that decide they want to interact with me meet the pointy end of my fucking cutlass. except for the black market dealer. I like him, even though he makes me chase him around the fucking old Emporium whenever I need to talk to him. Fucker won't sit in one spot. You know, could be like a normal illegal dealer and just sit in one fucking corner in the shadows, you know. Fucking, he's gotta fucking wander back and forth like an impatient fucking asshole going. Weirdo. Yeah, I hate my black market dealer for this run. Most of them just sit in a shadowed corner. This guy runs all over the place. Drives me nuts. Considering that's who I sell most of my salvage to. Because, you know, I'm greedy. God, it's so nice to be down to a reasonable fucking speed again. I don't like those crazy speeds out by Venus. They're fucking super scary. To one degree or another. I wish it had Project Zomboid's character creation, honestly. I would totally be okay with a positive-negative system versus a fucking randomized adventure deal. I mean, granted, with what they're trying to avoid is meta, but all they did is just made it harder for us to do the same fucking thing. Yeah, I've got 5,000 hours in Project Zomboid. I'm... Actually, I am coming up close on 6,000 hours. Let me look. I actually haven't played in a while. $6,022.8 hours. To be fair, I've been playing since before cars existed, so... Back in my day, we didn't have cars. We fucking ran, we sprinted the whole way. And we stopped and chopped trees and built chairs so we could fucking have rest places as we ran to fucking cities. You kids, you'll never understand. With your cars and your mods. Get off and learn. No, Project Zomboid's how my channel got started. That's where the whole Church of the Lead Pipe comes from. It's literally where the whole fucking Church of the Lead Pipe meme comes from. My first year of Zomboid on Twitch was like fucking 2,000 some hours. Now we're almost to the flotilla. About 15 kilometers away from another D-cell burn. This is about 28 to 30 kilometers out. I'm going to start D-celling again. I'll back her down to about 100 meters per second. And then drift again until 10 kilometers out, and then back her down to 50 meters per second, and then drift into 5, request docking, and that whole bullshit. Alright, beginning D-cell. 0.28 G D-cell. Notice how my ETA is staying solid at 1 minute and 34 seconds. It's not moving up or down. Now it's starting to tick up. And drifting. And dropping down to 50 meters per second. Turn off the anxiety button before I forget. And request docking. And here is... Oh. Click the button. And here's our docking computer. You want to keep BRG as close to around 0 as possible. You can use A and D to adjust left and right, or you can use Q and E as well. I prefer Q and E. I feel it's got a finer touch for it than the other two, but it's all down to personal preference. VCRS, again, is your lateral drift. That kind of directly affects how fast this number's changing at times. I haven't quite figured it out yet. I think it's also dependent on what weird shit the other thing you're trying to dock to is doing. At a kilometer out, I'd start decelling. I bring her all the way down to about 15 meters per second. Keep micro adjusting my bearing. At about 200 meters, I'll back her down again to about 10 meters per second if I need to. Oh, we're lined up now, so I'm just going to back her all the way down to 0. Or as close to 0 as I can get, and then dock. And that is your docking procedure. Welcome to the scrap heap that is the Flotilla. The place is essentially a pirate den. I make it look really fucking easy. From the outside, the Flotilla looks like an impossible place. A hodgepodge of dead ships welded together at odd angles. Entire hulls recognizable and intact, as if a dark star collapsed and sucked half the boneyard into a single doomed point. Inside, it's a twisting warren of corridors, leading to cabins of varying, vague, and ever-shifting purpose. Trash and shadows gather in every corner. Figures dart and huddle and lie in heaps. A distinct melange of odors lend the place an air of tawdry, exotic, lend the place an air of the tawdry, exotic food, cigarettes, ozone, urine, perfume. Apparently, it all started with a humble salvage pod and a pissed-off spacer. Accounts differ as to whether she was dodging criminals or law enforcement or simple docking fees. But in any case, she flew her little Ryoka Tu-77A about 3,000 clicks outside of 1036 Ganymede, welded it to the side of a reactor-powered Testudo Mina, and parked there for good. Her tantrum wouldn't have mattered if it weren't for a clever bit of engineering. She managed to hack together a controller for her RCS package that perfectly mimicked the oblong, years-long orbit of Ganymede. Soon after that, a heavy hitter in the criminal underworld caught wind of a spot outside of the prying eyes of Aotimiwa security, moved his outfit on board, and the rest is history. Sordid, bloody, vile history. Now, years on, the flotilla has ripened into a refuge for criminals, thieves, freedom fighters, the insane. It's become a catch-all for anyone who refuses to hack it in the dead-end labor grind Aotimiwa sponsors on OKLG station. There are no cops, no docking fees. A scrap trade for hull parts keeps the economy humming, along with a weapons broker, various drug dealers, and the odd humanitarian. Still, despite all this, there's something to admire about the flotilla and the desperate people aboard it. Unlike OKLG, where everyone has their hand in each other's pockets, the spacers here are bound by something stronger than a contract. The simple fact is that they share needs that only can be met by relying on one another. The need to eat, the need to sleep, the need to breathe. There's a certain pride to living here, and an enduring knowledge that despite the fact that you might get stabbed in the liver, at least you won't die wearing an Aotimiwa t-shirt. This is the only reason I'm here. Holy. Wait, what? What? No way. How did I lose money on that?
Juliet India approach. This is Mike 2634 requesting IFR advisories with information Lima.
I'm confused. The fuck? Somehow. No, you're fine. I just had what I think is a bug happen. Okay, where am I? Way out here again. Oh, this is the wrong save. This is before. Yeah, it's well-written lore. Very well-written lore. This is the one I want. So now you're gonna get to see the rescue screw, because I'm not going through that docking procedure again, because I've got to figure out what the fuck just happened here. Somehow... I charged money to sell this fucking water, instead of paid money for it. I'm not sure why. Alright, let's do this again. I want to fucking see what the fuck happened. That was the old rescue screw. Now I'm debugging. So now, what the fuck? Yeah, they... The fuck? Oh... I see. They only want 100 units of the water. Oh, that blows fucking tits. And I have 3,000 units of this fucking water. Oh, I'm be traveling to the Flotilla off and on for a while. How much more of this can I... Oh, nope. We can put them over by a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of just fucked a little bit, that's all. Fudge it a little bit. Yeah, I can still make money. I just gotta do this 133 units at a fucking time. That's all. Exploiting the system. Go me. So I didn't account for how much they were actually going to be willing to buy when I bought all this fucking water. So I gotta do this the fucking hard way. I don't think this is intended to work like this, but fuck them. I don't want this in my fucking cargo hold forever. Where there's a Timmy, there's a way. The Timmy being me. I will always find an exploit. I don't want industrial products. Yeah, I'm fairly certain I still lost money on that, but I don't care. I won't be doing that again. But now, see, this is the drug dealer that lives up in here. Where are you now? Supposedly somebody around here who sells actual guns. Just don't know who that is. I actually don't see the fucking drug dealer guy either, unless him maybe. Nope. I don't see anybody else here. I feel like my Flotilla is missing some NPCs. I'll be right back, chat. Turn it back. I need to get some weed going. I play a lot of different shit, man. When you joined the channel, I was playing lists built around a couple of ICP songs. And then I switched to this classic shit, and then I've got some like sea shanty stuff that I listen to, and I listen to a lot of music, man. I used to be a DJ at a strip club for like 8 years. Learned to listen to a lot of shit. Oh yeah, that's another good one to open your horizons when it comes to music. Totally. Totally get that. There's so many layers to it, isn't there? But it's so chill at the same time. I mean, until things go wrong, that is. I don't think you've seen me get hit by a micrometeor or have to patch holes or anything yet. When you get a hole in your fucking hull, they actually have patch kits that you can use to patch the hole temporarily until you can actually get an opportunity to repair it. And they have these, like, inflatable fucking blister seal fucking things that pretend to be a fucking whole wall that you can use to block off entire areas where walls have been completely destroyed rather than damaged. I hyper-focus on games, too, I get it. And I totally get it with Rockstar, too. Although, speaking of Rockstar, didn't Rockstar have a hand in, like, the Borderlands franchise or something? I can't remember. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, you're right. Oh, it's so fucking bad, dude. There's so many trash games. That's why I end up gravitating towards indie games now. Because even though a lot of them are fucking trash, it's easier to find a fucking decent gem among the indie games than it is in AAA titles now. You know? Like, I would love for AAA companies to actually put out decent fucking games again, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, unless Valve wants to fucking make a new game, because we all know Valve, when they fucking decide to make a game, it's a fucking masterpiece. You know? But when was the last time Valve was involved in anything besides Steam? Oh, yeah. And as far as the gaming industry goes, I keep hearing everywhere that fucking Valve is like the best fucking company to work for as far as gaming goes. But you'll also notice there's some things different about Valve. For one thing, they're not a publicly traded company. You don't see Valve stock on the stock market. They don't have a board of directors that they answer to. The employees apparently own a share of the company or some shit. Like, it's some fucking crazy fucking shit. Nobody complains about working for Valve. Half-Life 3. Valve doesn't do 3 games in their franchises, though. They're 2 and done. Look at every fucking game they've ever fucking made. They only do 2 parts. That's why we didn't get a Left 4 Dead 3. Because Valve doesn't do 3. They do 2 masterpieces in a franchise, and they move on to mastermind something else. Oh, yeah. And to be honest, I'm okay with that. I'd rather have 1 or 2 really great games rather than 12 Call of Duties. COD is just fucking dumb now. The last good one was fucking Modern Warfare 3, man. I had fun with that one. As soon as Black Ops, the first Black Ops was released, and I fucking got my hands into that fucking hot pile of trash, I was out of the Call of Duty franchise. Activision and Treyarch fucked that shit up. They should have just let Infinity Ward handle it. Infinity Ward did shit right. They had fucking shit wrong, too, but the majority of their shit was just right. Now, I will say there are game franchises that can have a million fucking sequels. Some of those fighting games, okay? I'm sorry. Give me more Mortal Kombat, please. I don't care that it's on like a fucking 12 or 13 or something stupid now. Give me another one. The Mortal Kombat universe is cool because they literally rewrite the lore almost every time they fucking release a new game for it. And all the lore ties into itself, too, in weird fucking ways. It's super fucking cool. Like, like, the Mortal Kombat universe, like, each iteration of it is a different, like, dimension or timeline. If you actually go and dig into the Mortal Kombat lore. Give me another fucking timeline, goddammit. I'm not big on the racing games, but I get you on that one. I feel you. What, you mean drifting from being just a fucking fight, fucking one-on-one beat 'em up to that weird story mode that they did with, what was it, 10? I actually kind of like that story thing. That was kind of cool. And to be fair, you didn't have to play the fucking stories. You could do the one-on-one fights anyway. You could play with your friends. That's what Mortal Kombat was. That was just to kind of appease people who wanted a little bit richer lore. Oh, you're talking the actual, like, the Sub-Zero story and shit like that. Yeah, those, like, standalone, like, fucking, you play just the one fucking guy through some fucking goofy story. Yeah, those were pretty fucking bad. But, you know, the ones with, like, Cassie Cage and, you know, the late Johnny Cage and Sonya and shit, those were really fucking cool games. Yeah, I'm not big on Dwarf Fortress, but I know a lot of people who are. It's a good game. Not my cup of tea. I don't think I've heard of Streets of Fortune. Or Fortuna. Racing games will always, car games and shit will always just get sequels as long as new models of cars are made, yes. Because everybody's going to want to be able to work with the new car or whatever from this manufacturer, that manufacturer, blah, 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 blah. You know? Not big on car games, though. Another thing I tend to detest is sports. I don't like sports games on consoles and PC. They're all fucking dumb. Yeah, you can do some fucking crazy shit, but, you know, that's the charm of some of those games. You know, do you really think people would play those games if they implemented realistic physics like you see here in Ostranauts? If they had a fucking actual, like, fucking physicist that fucking works on their fucking team to develop that game to make it fucking real? How many people do you think would really fucking play that shit? You know, it's the charm of some of those games, really. You know, okay, I don't like X4. Nah, not my cup of tea, really. I've owned a few of them. Fucking nope. No Man's Sky, on the other hand, I actually really enjoy that game. And No Man's Sky has something a lot of these other games will probably not have for a very long time, and that's a universe that is ridiculously expansive to the point to where a human being cannot actually explore every fucking inch of it in their lifetime. You know? And they keep adding more and more shit to it. Like, they just added fishing in one of the last updates, which is fucking stupidly addictive. I've caught so many fucking fish. Star Citizen's such a fucking joke, dude. Don't get that game is a fucking scam, dude. A fucking scam. Like, they're selling ships that they haven't even added to the game that you have to buy with real money, and some of them are even like fucking $45,000 fucking dollars and shit. Yeah, Robert Scam Industries. I had high hopes for that game. I really did. And then they started doing that scummy ass fucking shit. And the worst part is, the only reason they're doing it is because people fucking buy it. Why else would you put a ridiculous price tag like that? Some fucking dumbass fucking whale's gonna fucking buy it eventually. Yep. No Man's Sky really surprised me with its recovery from its original launch. Its original launch, while it did most of what it was supposed to do, it wasn't as great as we were expecting it to be. But he just took his fucking ass kicking and his bad reviews and rebuilt his fucking game into something that is now constantly evolving. That man, anything that man puts out, I will buy. I don't even care if it's a hot mess, because even if it's a hot mess, he's proven that he can bring it back from a hot mess. I'll buy it. I don't care. I can wait. No Man's Sky was worth the wait. I'm glad I didn't refund it. Because if I had refunded it, I wouldn't have rebought it later. Okay? As soon as I decide a game is dead, it's dead to me. That's just the way it is. Okay? No Man's Sky, what really caught me was the scale of its universe, even at that initial launch. He did that all mostly himself. That was impressive, and I wanted to see what else he was able to do. See if he'd come back from it. And I'm totally glad I waited. Totally glad I waited. I've been through so many iterations of that game now. And the cool thing, too, is that game's actually got a lot of really deep lore and whatnot if you're willing to take the time to visit fucking 2,000 different fucking monuments to get every piece of the story for each of the 3 main races. No Man's Skyrim. Yeah. It's vague for a reason. It allows you to kind of interpret it how you will. You know, everybody's got their own little take on it. You know, history-wise, I've decided the Gek were originally the bad guys. They're all cool and cute and shit now, but they were fucking terrible in the past. As far as the lore hints at. The Gek are fucking ridiculously insane. The autophage were cool. I wish there was more content for them, though. More lore for me to uncover. But I feel some of that's going to get developed more in the future. Same with the Sentinel stuff that was released before that. That Sentinel lore was actually really cool. It added it added some sense to their presence in the universe. Because before the whole Sentinel update and whatnot, the Sentinels were just kind of a thing that was there. Felt like that they were just kind of put in there as something for us to shoot at. And the Sentinel update added a whole bunch of lore to them. I have one too, just to have one, but I don't use it. I actually have this, fighter that I've got maxed out that I use for fucking everything. Like, and by maxed out, I mean maxed out. I can't unlock anything else for this fucking thing. Fucking, every fucking storage slot's open, every tech slot's open. I've got all my weapons supercharged. I can kill a fucking a pirate dreadnought in under 60 seconds. Okay. Like, the thing is just fucking stupid. Hey, what's up, parrots? Pirates? Parrots. I mean, pirates and parrots go together, but... Nice. I think mine's called the Flying Blunt or something like that. Alright, parrots. Try not to work too hard, man. I also have my capital ship is a fucking one of the pirate dreadnoughts. It's an S class and it's pretty fucking decked out. I still have some storage slots I have to unlock on it yet. I still need cargo bulkheads, but the mile-long blunt, that's funny. I don't know, Elite Dangerous really disappointed me. It just... I don't know. I purchased it, I played it for about a day, and then I haven't played it since. You know, like, it just... I wasn't impressed. That's way too much. If a game's gonna hook me, it's gonna hook me in probably the first, like, 2 hours of play. Or otherwise, it's not gonna hook me. This is kind of the way it is. If I have to try that hard to get into a game, it's not for me. Ostranauts is different. I also didn't go into it entirely blind. I actually watched some stuff from Splattercat about it, and then went and looked up a couple other people who were playing it on YouTube. So I kind of had some of the basics down right away. I still had no idea what I was getting myself into. But I wasn't totally blind with it. If I'd have been, like, 100% blind with this shit, I probably wouldn't have gotten into it. You're right. Splattercat sold me on even looking at this game. It really did. He really did. I've been following Splattercat for years. So when he gets excited about something, for some reason, I just feel the need to actually look at it. And to be fair, I do that with a lot of games, too, in general. I'll look up playthroughs and stuff of them on YouTube, at the very least just to watch a little bit, see what it's about. Because I have my own picky style of games, and I don't like wasting money. Nice. I've been streaming this every single night for over 3 weeks now. And then before that, I had a break for a few months while they were waiting, or while I was waiting for them to make some patches to fix bugs. And then that series of streams totaled like 30 something, I think. I think I played for like a month or 2 months straight. I'm here every single night, playing something. I'll eventually get bored of this and move on to something else probably, but for right now, this has my hyper focus. I kind of have a lot of time and work into building my ship too, so I'm not ready to just kind of park it just yet. Yeah, you're it makes it so much easier to build your character. Another piece of advice I can give you while during character creation, don't worry about trying to make money. Worry about getting your stats and your skills and stupid shit like that through the character creation. Because money's easy enough to make with the gig kiosk once you know how to exploit it with the pause function to get your platinum tier payouts. Right? I can make more money in 10 minutes with the gig kiosk than I can fucking dealing with the character creation. Money is a temporary boon. Skills and traits are permanent boons, either adding them or removing them. So you go to the gig kiosk and you access its terminal to bring up a list of gigs. You find one that is a delivery gig that's for another spot on KLeg. So, like, if you're at the port, find one that's got a pickup point at the port, and then it'll tell you to either deliver it to the old Emporium gig kiosk or the commercial gig kiosk, right? once you've accepted the gig, you pause or you exit out of the fucking terminal, pause your game, and then right-click on the gig kiosk and access its inventory. The game will unpause. As soon as the inventory is open, you pause the game, grab the item, throw it in your bag. Okay? Once it's in your fucking bag, you then, while the game is still paused, you move your screen cursor over to where the transit is and select the transit. And your guy will walk over to it and access it. Select your destination, like the old Emporium or the commercial. Once you arrive, pause the game again and look for the gig kiosk. Right-click on it. Select inventory. Your character will walk over to it and access the inventory. As soon as the inventory is open, pause the game. Drop the item in there. Right-click on the gig kiosk again while the game is still paused, mind you. Open the gig, or access, right-click on the gig kiosk, access the gigs list or whatever. Up in the top is your, there's a button for My Gigs. You click on it, and it'll show a list of gigs that you have taken. Underneath that window is a button that says Turn In. Turn it in. And if you paused after every single step, you should have done it fast enough to get a platinum tier payout. Hey, what's up, KBM? How are you, friend? I can literally make, like, 20,000 frickin' bucks in the gig kiosk in, like, 5 minutes. It's ridiculous. Yeah, no, it's much improved now. And the best part is you can chain those. So as soon as you turn in one, a new one pops up at the very bottom of the list that's a delivery gig for K-Leg somewhere. And you should be able to take that one right away. And if it's not at that if that locker's not the pickup location, it'll tell you to go where you pick it up. And then you just rinse and repeat the whole fucking process over and over and over. It's so fucking easy. Yeah, no, don't do that. Fuck, gig kiosk, man. Just abuse the pause function. Anytime the fucking timer starts, just fucking pause the fucking game. Until you're ready to move on to your next step. Just pause the game. Pause, 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 pause. Certain things pause the game automatically, like accessing the gigs terminal. Not the inventory, but the terminal itself to take or turn in gigs. And then accessing the transit will pause automatically as soon as the fucking destination select pops up. But if you're not in any kind of window or inventory of any kind, you should be paused. Whoa. I need to go in reverse for a minute, because I don't know what this fucking cop is doing. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was going to be right in my fucking path as he was going into dock. Mostly just tweaks. There are a couple of bug fixes. But it was mostly quality of life stuff. asshole coming in. What angle are you coming in at, homie? You're going that way. It's okay, I'm slowing down right about now anyway. Light traffic controllers, batshit crazy, I swear to God. Ah. Hit the wrong fucking button. Here it is. We now have our own apartment. That does not have a CO2 scrubber or anything yet, but it's ours. Oh yeah, totally. Can I not auto-task repairing this? Oh, you bastards. It doesn't count as my ship. Oh, that's horrible. Ah, there is the reactor there. Okay. Like, what's giving this place power? There's a reactor right there. Hey! KBM with a puff. So, I'm going to repair this shit, obviously. But we are totally going to expand this place. As you can, as far as I understand, you can build this place out however much you want. You can basically have your own fucking storage place on K-Leg if you wanted to. So now I can go out and cannibalize really big derelicts and bring their floors and everything fucking back and use them to fucking construct this shit. So obviously it comes with its own unlimited reactor for power, but you are responsible for your own oxygen supplies and shit. I gotta get a CO2 scrubber and all sorts of shit now. Vi, what's up, man? How are you? How was your stream? What were you playing? What's up, Diesel? My Minnesota crew. What up, y'all? How y'all doing tonight? What were you playing? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the Church of the Lead Pipe. For those of you partake in the greenery, please feel free to have a seat in our rotation and take a puff. Those of you who do not, never fear. We always pass the duchy to the left, but most importantly, do have a good time. Salud. More Nuclear Nightmare than Lethal Company? Nice. Stream's doing alright. We made it back from Venus in one piece. Only had 2 holes in the hull that I had to patch. Overall, it was a productive trip. We just purchased an apartment that I'm eventually going to refurbish. But I've got to repair everything first. So, that's what we're doing now. Fucking millions of dollars down the goddamn drain. something die? No, I actually need this for something, apparently. Huh. Ooh, that's a fucking brain itch. Oh, damn, that's rough, man. Holy shit. Sorry you guys had to deal with that. Shit. Hmm. Oh yeah, sometimes you just have to get rid of that toxic trash, man. I've had to excommunicate people before too. It's pretty fucking rough sometimes. But you're the bigger person for doing what you need to do. You know? Oh, that shit's even fucking worse. I try so hard not to get mixed up in any of that fucking drama and shit, but people can be douchebags though. And besides all that, you know, when somebody's trying to fucking tell me some shit, there's always two sides to a fucking story, man. Always two sides to the damn story. Oh, yeah, it's always a pain when one slips through. It's like, that's your reputation, man. You know? But shit happens. And you deal with it when you have to. Right? I know, right? I'm such a professional DJ that I play the songs that are necessary from moment to moment before I even know that they're going to be necessary. We DJs are the fucking kings of irony when it comes to our music selection. Right? I don't put up with a lot of shit around here, man. I fucking send trolls down the road pretty fucking quick. Anybody who's causing problems. In the instance of like a voice chat issue, you know, I'm quick to fucking just go goodbye. Just not gonna deal with that shit. Ultimately, what it boils down to is you've got to protect your community. You yourself, it don't matter. You could take all the abuse in the fucking world. It don't fucking matter. Your community doesn't deserve it, though. You know? And protecting this community is more important to me than any kind of fucking stupid drama clout. You know? Bad Man Brad 091. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the Church of the Lead Pipe. If you partake in the greenery, please feel free to have a seat in our rotation and take a puff. If not, never fear, we always pass the digit to the left, but most importantly, do have a good time. This one's for you, my friend. Salud. Hey, it's hot in here. I'm not taking my clothes off. 27 degrees at 7 p.m. God damn, I wish. Right now. Oh, good lord, and I gotta go to work. It's -7, or -6. It's -6 Fahrenheit. Hey, Vi, you do what you gotta do, man. I get it. Much love, friend. Thanks for sharing your community with me. I appreciate you. You're fucking awesome. I'll try to take care of the fam for you. I can't promise I'll be exciting. I'm just repairing my fixer-upper fucking new apartment in Ostranauts. It's a complicated game. You're actually seeing kind of the boring, chill side of it at the moment, because I just got back from Venus. Okay, like, literally, like, a couple hours ago. I just got back into Ganymede space. And I don't mean the moon Ganymede, I mean the asteroid Ganymede. The one that's on that nice, really long, oblong orbit around the fucking sun. It's technically classified as a near-Earth object. Honestly, I know Kelvin better than I know Celsius. Like, my temperatures and everything in this game are actually in Kelvin. when I bring them up. That 296.89K, that's Kelvin. That means habitable temperatures. And I found in No Man's Sky and any other game that has a Kelvin temperature scale, because of Ostranauts, I actually switch it over to the Kelvin scale. If it's a space game. But, anyway, Brad, Ostranauts is a space salvage survival sim set in the Neo Scavenger universe, the Neo Scavenger lore. It is a Neuer cassette futurism aesthetic for the game. So your like navigation console and whatnot is like switches and buttons. It's not like a touch screen or anything like that. It's got realistic space flight mechanics, including gravitational wells and such like that from planets. All I've got to say is Venus is scary. Venus is scary. You create your character through a brutal character random generation process. Either spending years of your life improving your traits or going on adventures to make money and gain traits and stuff like that. Once your character is whatever level of fucked up you feel like dealing with, you pick or you start rolling years to find a ship to start with, and then once you find your ship that you want to start with, you then start the game with a crippling fucking debt of like an $800-some thousand mortgage on said shitty ship. Throughout the game, you dock with derelict ships, and you cannibalize various parts off of them. You can strip flooring, anything that's not nailed down. You can strip, and you can either sell it to the scrap dealers or the black market if it's something relatively valuable, or you can sticker it onto your ship and create a monstrosity. My ship started out as basically this little area right here. This little area was what my ship was. And over the course of this playthrough, it's turned into this giant fucking freighter. Hey, what's up, Akasha? How are you? Have a good night, Vi. It was good to see you, man. Thanks again for the raid. So anyway, you salvage stuff, and you sell it to make money to eventually pay off your mortgage. Once your mortgage is paid off, you can then save money to buy a new ship, or you can buy a derelict ship and fix it up, or you can cannibalize ships and add them to your ship, which I've been doing actually kind of since the start, is the whole cannibalize thing. Everything's in kind of real time. 1 second is 1 second. A month is a month. There is time dilation features. You can speed up or slow down time up to 16 times. So 1 second is 16 seconds. Or you can skip time up to 6 hours at a time. But for the most part, the vast majority of everything is in real time. As far as like docking mechanics and stuff like that goes, I don't know if you've seen the movie Alien, but the docking ring screen at the very beginning of the movie as they're like trying to land whatever the ship or some shit, that docking ring is the docking computer for this game. There is no automated docking system. It's by the seat of your pants. You've got to manually, like, burst your thrust in one direction or another to keep your alignment. Inertia is a thing. So if you want to like change your trajectory in space, you actually gotta thrust in that direction and fight your own velocity going the other direction. There is, as far as shipbuilding mechanics, there's power grids that you build one tile at a time. When you sticker your equipment in place, you've got to run power to it somehow. There's two types of power. There's batteries, and there's reactors. There's a cargo trading economy, which is what these cargo pods on the side are for. You buy bulk cargo and you ship it from one planet to another, usually from, like, Ganymede to Venus, which is the trip I just made. Really late game after your trip to Venus, if you had enough money to buy your visa, become a legal citizen, you can purchase an apartment, which is what I just did. It was my whole reason for going to Venus to begin with. It wasn't to sell cargo. It was to buy my fucking citizenship here. This comes with the benefit of a private dock that has no docking fees. So I can sit here for fucking ever and not worry about bleeding through the fucking nose money. Right now I'm cleaning up this apartment space. So it's all nice and fucking shiny new. And then once that's done, I'm going to go out and start salvaging ships and bringing back parts to start building rooms and stuff. Have an exercise room and an entertainment room and a bedroom and shit. All sorts of amenities. But as I said before, this is kind of the slow, quiet, boring part. This is the part that makes me smoke too much weed. I do plan on flying back out to Venus again at some point here with another load of cargo. At some point, but I gotta wait for KLG to manufacture more control systems. I think that's what VR buys. They were saying that a while ago. There's some article about the wildlife and whatnot adapting to the radiation out there. Yep. Uranium doggos. We're just one step closer to Resident Evil, that's all. Yeah, I played Neo Scavenger. It's a great game, but it's not my thing. This game takes place in the same universe, though. They share lore. Basically, the ablation cascade happened, and everybody on Earth was stuck on Earth, and everybody in space is stuck in space. It's got closer to a character creation system like Project Zomboid does than this one. That one actually has a positive negative trait system. Although there aren't really a lot of traits. Why is everyone stuck in space or stuck on Earth? An event happened called the ablation cascade, which proper terminology is Kessler syndrome. It's an overabundance of space junk that's floating around that's rendered Earth's orbit unsafe to traverse. It's actually a true concern because we've got so much junk floating around up there. decommissioned satellites and fucking random debris. The actual phenomenon is called Kessler syndrome, though. But in this, they call it the Appalachian Cascade. No, not even close. Oh yeah, that's a possible reality for sure. They're actually concerned about it being a thing in real life. Yep. That is a potential possibility. No, I have not. I don't honestly read a lot of books. Me and books are not friends. That's fair. Yeah, because if we're all stuck here, then we're fucking doomed. Unless we do something. Oh, the whole rubber band theory? Ain't gonna happen in our lifetimes. We'll be long dead by the time this fucking dirtball finally dies. Our successors, on the other hand. I can't speak for them. I would totally be okay with all the billionaires moving to Mars. That would give us a chance to take control of everything fucking here. And then they'll need us. Or they'll starve. A lot of good your money does you over there. Ain't do you no good if there's no infrastructure. Oh, if the moon gets taken out, we're gonna have huge problems. How many calories in a Bitcoin? I don't know. Not enough. To be fair, that scenario you're talking about, Chrome, will be dead before those chunks of rock come down. The moon is very crucial for keeping things like our tides in check. among other things. Jesus Christ, are you for real? Except that kind of checks out considering the method they use to determine how many calories are in something. Because they literally burn it. That's how they determine how many calories are in something. They burn it. And they observe something with how it burns. So that kind of checks out. I think it's the amount of energy it produces when it burns or some shit like that. So, yeah, uranium kind of checks out at 20 billion calories. No. I'm repairing my apartment. Yeah, you just saw the transfer thingy. Yeah. Nah. No, I'm polishing this up. And then I'm going to get back to what I was doing at the end of my other playthrough that got ended by the towing brace bug. And I'm going to try and expand this fucker again. Though I plan on making a few more trips to Venus, too. Although, this time I'm not bringing cargo back from Venus, because that was not very lucrative at all. They didn't have enough fucking shit. It really wasn't fucking worth it. And, like, the water, I brought back, like, 3,000 some fucking units of water and for the Flotilla, and only found out that they were only paying for 100. So then my profit got nixed to nil on that. So I'm just not going to bother bringing shit back from Venus. Oh, and the trip back from Venus actually went rather well, by the way. I did the same thing. I verified what it was that put me right next to V-Orb. It was fast forwarding time past the destination point. It literally teleports you right next to the destination. Yeah, it just kept moving me forward. For V-Orb, yes. For, the nav, beacons around K-Leg, no, there's no wake zones. But yeah, you're right. Either way, until that's fixed, I know exactly how I'm docking with V-Orb in fucking other places from now on. What? The fuck is that? Existence Straka notices an occasional rattling echoing from the vent. What? Is that Critters plot? That better not turn into some fucking obnoxious fucking shit. So I swear, if that turns into something like the fucking Redacted, I'm gonna fucking flip my shit. Maybe I should start my own warehouse of parts. You know, build my, like, sleeping quarters area for this, and, you know, get my CO2 scrubber and other amenities installed, right? But then make the rest of it like a giant warehouse storage facility. And I can go buy derelict ships and gimp them back here to port and dock them here and start dragging repair parts onto them, refurbish them, and then sell them right out of the dock. Yep. And just start flipping ships for fun. Your own shipbreaking facility. Blade Runner mod for this game. I can't wait for this game to have workshop capabilities like every other game on Steam. Because that's going to make the modding scene explode for this. My problem with the mods for this game is they're not... They require dinking around to get them to work. Whereas if this had the Steam Workshop and a menu to enable or disable mods, the modding scene would become way better. Oh, incognito. Windows. They require an angle grinder to repair. They require a structure cutter and a buffing tool. Yeah. So there is one more use for the fucking angle grinder besides repairing fucking swords and shit. If you buy a sword, get a cutlass. You don't need a katana. Katanas, they have limited storage options. So that's why I don't have the katana. But the cutlass can go right in your backpack. Katana will act as a crowbar, too. The katana, the cutlass, and the machete all count as a crowbar, a prying tool. Every single motherfucker I've killed in this game, I've killed with the cutlass so far. I always strike first. They're like, give me the shit, and I'm like, I'll give you my pointy thing. And then I make them bleed. And I push them out a hole that I make in their ship. Oh, you need... You know how I got rid of the meat? I didn't trigger the plot. I hate the meat. Don't watch the news on the TV. Do not eat trenchers. Do not talk to anybody about hunger injustices. If you're asking for rumors from other pilots through the hail thing, through the communication thing at the nav station, just don't do that, because if it gives you a rumor about cat and dog food something, that will trigger the plot. If you have hacking, some terminals on KLEG and other places, you can hack them for information about food industry stuff. Don't do that. That'll trigger the plot. Don't read the blue packages, the blue bloodstained packages that you find on ships. Just don't read them. That'll trigger the plot. My whole run has been meat-free. Convince me that I didn't figure it out. Because I'm fairly certain I did. Just become a vegan and stay away from information. Got it. Pretty much. Pretty much. That's what it boils down to. Although, on the vegan note, you can still eat the food vendor items. They're just more expensive. But after a point, money doesn't fucking matter anyway. So, you know. I got fucking like 3 bags full of fucking vendor food. If it wasn't so all over the place, I'd have less of a problem with it. But when I dock to like 4 new derelicts in a row and they're just fucking filled to the brim, it's not fun. Space gas station sushi. I believe that would be the spot prawn curry, actually. And it's delicious. The algae broth with seared tomatoes and alligator is pretty good, too. Oh, and you can buy fish balls, too. Those are good. I love fish balls. Yeah. Just a little bit. Did they really have to call them fish balls, though? Because all it is it's just basically a fish nugget, right? It's like, it's no different than them, like, little frozen fish nugget things that your mom would fucking cook you when she couldn't afford the fucking chicken ones, okay? It's the same fucking thing. Couldn't you have just called it fish nuggets? Fish fingers? Fucking fish sticks? Fucking anything but fish balls, okay? Like, I know what it is, right? But, seriously, the 5-year-old in my fucking head keeps screaming when I hear fish balls. Fish nads. I am forever 8 years old. Well, can anybody blame us for always wanting to just stay kids? Can anybody blame us? I mean, we grew up with fucking Toys R Us, for fuck's sake, some of us. I'ma never grow up. I'ma be a Toys R Us kid. Like, come on now. You can't force us to grow up with that fucking slogan and not have an impact on our fucking psyche. High school lunch was fish dicks. The backwards R was genius. Right. a far cry better looking than it was when I fucking bought it. Look at that, it's all nice and shiny and shit. At least till I turn it into another scrapyard. Seriously though, a place to like store things that I'm not gonna like use right away would be fucking awesome. All your base belong to us. Honestly, my name, Existence Striaka. So I've been using this handle for over 20 years. So it's kind of just ingrained in me. The name actually comes from an old RPG MUD I used to play. Multi-user text-based game. The oldest form of, one of the older forms of multiplayer RPGs, right? Anyway, during an event being run by the game's admin team, or the game's gods, if you will, my character underwent some complicated circumstances and as a result had to disappear. And part of that disappearing was taking on a new identity. And the name was actually given to me by that admin team. I did not choose it. And I liked it so much that I fucking took it with me when the game shut down. Actually, it was the turning point. It was the turning point MUD. I'm gonna laugh one of these days when I tell this story and somebody says, "Holy shit, I used to play that back in the day. That was you?" Telling that flashbacks, yup. I didn't use Telnet for long. I switched over to Gmud and Zmud fairly shortly after I got addicted to the turning point. Yeah, Batmud. I got introduced to MUDs by somebody else who was playing like a Dragonlance themed MUD. I can't remember what it was. A long fucking time ago. But I didn't care too much for that one because it was fucking huge and there were lots of fucking people and people were assholes. So I gravitated more towards the turning point because it had a substantially smaller, tight-knit player base. And it was one of those role-playing enforced MUDs type deals. Like, you had, when you created your character, you're supposed to have, like, a backstory and a description and all sorts of fucking shit. Like, they were pretty hardcore. Because they, like, orchestrated, like, events and stuff, story events. Some of which actually physically changed the world. I even got to work on one of those changes. I was part of their volunteer builder team. Although I mostly did, like, typo fixes and shit like that. They'd give me, like, the log of listed typos, and I'd go through and I'd just correct them to what they were supposed to be. You know? Which is really stupid, easy shit. But I used to spend days at a time working on the fucking stupid typos list. I can believe that. I totally believe that. That checks out. Muds were something that were really easy to just tab, too. 'Cause in most cases, worst case scenario, you died and you had to go get your stuff. I met people who played Muds through, I used to do, AOL chat room D&D sessions and stuff. And some of the people that I met doing that were, mudders. And that's how I got introduced to it, by one guy in particular. He's like, you really should play this with me. And I'm like, I didn't like it much, but I started looking at other muds because I liked the concept of what a mud was. I just needed something with less going on. Because being dyslexic, reading was kind of a problem. And nobody on the internet's just gonna fucking wait for you. So, that's kind of how I got towards the Turning Point, because they had like a player base, an active player base of average 20, 30 people at most. And that was spread out over a huge world, so. BBS's email, oh good god. Bruh. I will totally ditto that comment. Bruh. My parents used to play bulletin board games like this one Wheel of Fortune one. Where you just guessed letters and whoever made the puzzle would just put the letters in and then eventually you could guess it or whatever. But they used to play that on a bulletin board service called TCCN. Twin Cities Computer Network. That was before we got America Online and had actual internet access. Man, bringing back all the fucking memories, dog. Okay, so I'm gonna see how old some of you are. Any of you ever play or use a Commodore 64? I got to use my first one back in 1985. Akasha popping in with a yup. That was my first computer too, dude. And you know what's fucking like, people knock the Commodore because it had its issues, right? It had Randy Moss syndrome. It worked when it wanted to sometimes, especially when the hardware was being janky. But the Commodore library, albeit a lot of shit games, it had a game library of over 2,000 fucking games. Okay, games that were, a lot of which were ported from like Atari and shit, but still games, right? It was fucking insane. Some of those games were pretty good, like the Aliens game was really fucking good. Fucking, and in the graphics, albeit dated and whatnot, for what they were, right? For what those graphics were, they were fucking great. Because when, like, the 286 and 386 computers first released with their EGA, CGA, 8 fucking color fucking graphics and 4 color graphics and shit, or whatever the fuck it was that they had, EGA, CGA. This is before VGA, mind you. Fucking the colors in a lot of like the better games, like the Bard's Tale games on the Commodore, were superior to that of the early PCs, the early IBM PCs. The Commodore was just slow. You'd put a disk in and you'd type load, quote, asterisk, quote, comma 8, comma 1, hit enter, and then sometimes type run, hit enter, or actually it was return on that keyboard, not enter, it was return. And you'd push the keyboard back and you'd go get a cup of coffee, fucking make your breakfast, fucking come back, and the game would be, or whatever you were loading would be just finishing loading or whatever, right? Or it would be asking you to flip the disc over, depending on what it was. Oh, yeah, the TSR-80? Or TRS-80? Nice. I've actually got upstairs in the attic, and I'm fairly certain it probably doesn't function anymore. But up in the attic, I actually have a complete Commodore 64 system. With a 1541 floppy disk drive and a color monitor with built-in audio speakers. I have one of those upstairs, too. It's an Apple IIe. It's got the guts of a C, though. In other words, it's been hacked. Like, old school hacked. That one's monitor, unfortunately, is just a black and green monitor. And very shitty. Air drag, because when you hit the key, you're waiting for the system to return some sort of argument or statement of some kind, if I remember right. It's been a while, though. Ah, that's impressive. Goddamn. I wasn't that fucking nerdy. Holy shit. I didn't really get hardcore into, like, computer hacking or building or whatever until I was in my late teens. I built my first computer pretty much for Christmas when I was 17, almost 18. And from there, I've had a love of computers, like hardcore, like love of computers since. I always had fun with them when I was growing up, and I never had game consoles, so I always had the Commodore 64 and the early IBM PCs. But I didn't truly get into computers until I started building my own. And while I don't put the work into, like, putting them together myself anymore, because I don't have the fucking patience for it, I still select my parts and I pay somebody else to put the shit together for me. This last time it was Micro Center. They charged me $150 to slap all the parts together and install Windows. I was like, done. And, like, I put pictures up on Discord, man. If I'd have fucking put this together, the cabling would have been fucking everywhere and it would have looked like shit. Like this is like the most professional rat run cabling I've ever fucking seen. Like, I'm afraid of the day when I actually have to change any of the internals because I'll fuck up the very professionally run wiring. I still enjoy picking my parts. I don't like sitting there fucking putting the shit together anymore. I don't have the patience for it. I'll install Windows and stuff like that. That's no fucking problem. You know. And CMOS setup is fucking a breeze, because, you know, load fail-safe defaults, load optimized defaults, save, done. I don't overclock, so there's no reason for me to touch anything else. Ah, I got you, air drag. It's from the old typewriters. That makes sense. So it tells the machine to return to the beginning of the next line. Nice. Yeah, little three. I remember the big floppies, and then being tripped out by the fucking little floppies and how they could hold more information than the big disc could. I couldn't wrap my fucking young brain around that shit. Just couldn't understand that. Always fucking. It still trips me out to this day. Like how big these fucking drives are in comparison to the drives we had back in the era that were fucking a bazillion times the size and less than a urine sample sized fucking size space. Yep, 5 1/4. Another one that really amazed me, I was just fucking super amazed by was the switch over to CDs. And not because of the sheer amount of size or data that they could hold. By that point, I'd already been accustomed to the fact that the new thing was going to be able to hold more shit. What was cool to me is that with, like, the old floppies, if you touched the fucking disc, the film of the disc, you'd fuck the disc, right? Your oils would ruin the disc. The film inside the casing of the fucking disc. This was true for both the 5 1/4 and the 3 1/2 floppies, right? The switch to CDs, it was amazing. It was like fucking magic. I could just grab it however I fucking wanted and didn't have to fucking worry about it. Even scratching them didn't matter up until a point. Like, CDs were fucking magic, man. Fucking magic. Yeah, I believe it. And it probably has all of like 10 megabytes of space. Maybe 100. Depends on what year. That's huge for 1987. That's fucking massive. That rivaled, like, consumer drives for fucking a decade to come. Man, by the time I built my first computer, we had hard drives that were like 80 gigs on the consumer level. In 2000, 2001, my first computer had like an 80 gig hard drive or something crazy like that. And I remember thinking, man, I'll never fill this thing up. Oh, I bet. Hey, VR tech is slowly starting to shrink down to a point to where it's fucking reasonable. Oh, damn. Yeah, late 90s would have been Quake. Totally would have been Quake, 'cause that's all ID software. That's the era of Doom and fucking Wolfenstein and shit. Duke Nukem 3D made an appearance around that era, too. Well, it would have to have been if there were no mobs and shit. Never mind the fact the system would have had to have been modded to take the input from the VR device. And I'm sure it was pretty primitive at best, too. I'm sure it was better than the Virtua Boy, though. You guys remember the Virtua Boy? And the whole 7 games that were released for it before it flopped? Predicted the terabyte drives. Nice. I'm running a pair of terabyte drives, although the one is kind of sitting idle because I've been lazy about recovering the stuff that I need off of it. And I haven't reformatted it yet. It's from my old PC. I do need to get around to that at some point, though, so I can just record my Twitch streams right to my PC and then just upload them to YouTube from there. That way I don't have to worry about my internet dropping and shit like that. You know, splitting my VOD up into multiple fucking VODs. Because Twitch, you know. But I'm lazy. So... Oh, I don't doubt it. It was probably not one drive either. It was probably some sort of array of drives that were set up in like a RAID setup to mimic being one singular drive. Fucking RAID technology, man. That shit was goddamn magic, too. But goddamn, when that shit failed, it failed hard. Oh no, 1999, that would have... Well, no, RAID was still a thing. But RAID was not standard yet, I don't think. Or it might have been almost... No, because I was using RAID all the way up to the 2000s. I remember having to buy RAID adapters so I could fucking install more hard drives in my fucking computer. So I had more fucking space. Oh, good God. That doesn't surprise me. Fucking Avid. Oh, God. Hold on, I'll be right back, chat. I drank too much Monster. 1 sec. Alright, sorry about that. Teletype games. Ah. Oh, damn. You know, there was supposed to be some sort of Deus Ex TV show, too. There's an advertisement for it, actually, in the version of Mankind Divided that I have. It fucking looks like it would have been super fucking phenomenal, but it never came to be. One of the most awesome TV show trailers I've ever fucking seen, man. And it never came to be a show. Yeah, that game franchise needed a third game. Second challenge is a playthrough of Stork. Okay, yeah. Fucking Sork. That's a good remix. It throws me off every time I hear it, but it's a good remix. RC? Question mark. Oh, recall correctly. Gotcha. Brains are potato. I feel that. Story of my life. ADD gang. It's a good tune. This is Hell's Coming With Me by Poor Man's Poison. There's a Spotify link for it. You get a mixed bag of music when you hang out with a DJ. Former DJ. DJ turned dishwasher. But you can't take the DJ out of the DJ. Once a DJ, always a DJ. Yeah, no problem. Do you ever hear a song that you like, and you want to know what it is, and that's playing or whatever? Just ask. I'll quick stop what I'm doing to go grab a Spotify link for you. Takes me 2 seconds. It was through DJing that I really expanded my horizons as far as music selection goes. Before my years as a DJ, I had a very small selection of rap that I listened to. A lot of classic rock and 90s rock, alternative, and a fair amount of country. When I worked for the club as a DJ, strip club, mind you, I got introduced to a lot of different music. Like, all sorts of shit. Like, to the point to where my Spotify is confused trying to figure out what I actually like. Nowadays, I listen to so many different things that I just pick a song that I like, and I just have Spotify do a random shuffle of stuff similar to that for one reason or another. Now, there are genres and styles of music I prefer over others, no doubt. But I can listen to just about anything as long as it's not like fucking screaming headbanger. Oh, I've discovered so many songs through that, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. This playlist that's playing right now, I was looking up, I was just searching sea shanties. And I found a sea shanties playlist, and I was playing through that, and then I found that one, yo, whatever fucking song that's always in all the fucking meme videos and shit. Of, like, Viking sailing and whatever, and fucking other stuff. Anyway, I found that fucking song, and then I did a Spotify radio off of that, and it's built this fucking crazy list. Like, I like so many things when it comes to music. And I do, like, go through phases of music, too. Like, right now, I'm actually kind of on an ICP kick. And I've been playing a bit of that every night. That and this. Old club music, too, you know. Like the Night at the Roxbury type club music. Just all over the fucking place. My most popular song is subjective from year to year. It really is. Because, like, just because I play one song a lot doesn't mean it's, like, my most popular song. It's just, in my case, it's probably just because it came up in my shuffles that many fucking times. Right? You know, because when you look up music using the start radio function of Spotify, you end up with a lot of repeat music. A lot of crosses and stuff like that. You know? So a lot of the songs that are played on my Spotify aren't actually played by me specifically. I very obviously have to reload my game after all of that. The kitty, man. That's funny. That's super fucking funny. That's super funny. I love parody songs, man. They're always so fucking funny.
Juliet, India approach. This is Mike 2634 requesting IFR advisories with information Lima.
Al Yankovic is great. Lounge. Lounge against the machine. I just laughed too hard at that. Lounge against the machine sounds like my spirit animal.
Oh, yeah.
Rick? I have to actually look over here at my video feed to see who that was and why. Oh, Eric, Drag Uncle, you didn't have to do that. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. You're fucking awesome, dude. Actually, I probably don't need the water right now. people equals shit by Slipknot. Oh, I didn't want to go there. Damn it. Erg. You have, oh, you got that shit for sale up there. White and nerdy. I wanted to go here. Damn. Yeah, it checks out. You know what's funny is that's kind of how I grew up. A little bit. My mom used to be crazy Wicca. She rescued from my grandmother's equally crazy Christianity bullshit. And then I rescued myself with atheism. Man, it's all equally fucking bad shit. The only thing I really give Wicca is it was a little bit more open to, how do I say, other ideas. You know what I mean? A lot of it was, interpretation was okay and encouraged. Yeah, my karma ran over your dogma. My favorite saying is it's your heaven, your hell, you can go there. I really give no fucks. Oh, Chrome. I wasn't allowed to play D&D as a fucking child either because my parents thought that it would make me crazy and think I was a wizard and can fly and jump off a fucking building or some shit. Fucking ridiculous crap. Hey, I'll do you one better. My childhood friend growing up, his mom wouldn't let him play Magic the Gathering because she saw one of the cards had the word sorcery on it. Right. Michael Moonrock. God, that's that sounds like one of the Dragonlance authors. I don't think he is, but he sounds like he's from that same era. That's what got me really interested in Dungeons and Dragons at all. Was well, one, I wasn't allowed to play it, but I eventually read the Dragonlance Chronicles, and then like half of the Meeting Sextet series. Elric, got it. This is such a great version of this song. Raceland, same here. Raceland was my spirit animal, man. A lot of my early RPG personas and whatnot were all modeled around him in some way, shape, or form. Hell, my old America Online handle was Raceland, for fuck's sake, okay? I love Dragonlance. That was the one book series that I fought the dyslexia through because I enjoyed it so much. And honestly, I feel like being dyslexic made that book series more enjoyable for me because I had to keep rereading it to remember what I fucking just read. So it's like reading the story over again a few times. I got so much enjoyment out of those books. Even if the first three, the Chronicles, were literally meant as tie-ins for a couple of the Forgotten Realms games, namely the Champions of Krynn franchise, the old SSI games. That's what Dragonlance was. The Chronicles were originally supposed to be for. They were meant to bridge those games. Oh, I'm going out this really far one. Jesus. Am I fucking crazy? Yes. I feel like I need to drift this way some, though. You know, I never got into the Champions of Krynn franchise out of the SSI games. The ones that I actually enjoyed, specifically one in particular, was Treasures of the Savage Frontier, which takes place on the Sword Coast from basically like this like little dwarven town on the south end of the continent, Lork or something like that, and it stretches all the way up the coast through from Waterdeep to Neverwinter to Luskan, and then in the north you've got what was it fucking called? Mirabar, maybe? God, it's been a while. Give me a second. Yes it is. The song's called Wolf Totem. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that kind of checks out. Understandable. Pretty much. You're not wrong, Arid Drag. You played the original Cyberpunk back in '88. Wasn't the original Cyberpunk like a tabletop pen and paper game or something like that? A D&D type deal? Yeah, that's what I thought. Belisarian Games. Cyberpunk 2020. Cyberpunk release. Cyberpunk 20 or yeah. Cyberpunk 2077 released in 2020. That's fucking hilarious. I didn't catch that. It's such a badass song. Yeah, I think it shows up in a few like TikTok videos and stuff periodically too. Oh, that sounds like a good hybrid. Yeah. Come on, Python. Hmm. This is an interesting remix. Only funny to theater nerds. Hey man, sometimes that's some of the best shit. People don't realize how good some of that shit actually is. But with humor, it's kind of funny because for humor to be funny, you have to be able to relate to it in some way, shape, or form. So if you don't understand the context behind the humor or can't relate to it in any way, it's not funny. So humor can be quite subjective. I would pick the literal farthest out derelict, wouldn't I? Yeah, understandable. Kind of have to sometimes. Oh yeah, airlocks take fucking forever, dude. Especially if they have a lot of damage to them. They're one of the highest hit point fucking devices. For good reason. Oh, goddamn. That's a little close. Normally, I ignore damage to the airlock for a fair amount of time before I deal with it, just because it takes so... A sliver lasts for fucking ages, but goddamn, 3% is fucking scary close. That's like a micrometeorite impact. Oh no. I don't use any Halverson tools. I use the Weber and the Got drill mostly, and that's it. But the thrusters are Halverson, so... Hey, how'd that pause scumming trick work for you? Like fucking magic. It's a game changer, isn't it? You instantly don't have to necessarily worry about fucking money. You can take your time and don't have to leave the station until you are ready. It's really nice. Oh, no wonder it's fucking feeling so damn slow. God damn. What's up, chat? Alright, KBM, you have yourself a good night, man. We'll catch you later. Thanks for the lurk. Get some good sleep. Name of this ship is Cowboy Jack. The courier. With a mostly intact reactor, it looks like. Helium-3 tank. Cryo ain't worth shit. Got a Hydra intake, which I'm actually looking for those. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad salvage. If I do say so myself. And I'm going to turn this area in here into a Hydra intake array. So I have an area to inside the ship to swap out nitrogen canisters if I'm running low on fucking fuel. I need those intakes to do that. Yeah. Inventory. This does not need to be on anymore. Throw these in here as well. And go ahead and throw those in there. Pick up our shoes. O2 is good. Battery could use a replace. Oh, I've got to move all these canisters. Plenty of extra fuel, obviously. I really don't need to salvage any nitrogen canisters, truth be told. I'll grab O2 bottles, though, because they're worth money. Oh, that sucks. Totally didn't mean to vent my atmosphere. Oh well. Hacking. Wonderful ability. Just sit here and let it hack the pin code for me. Bam, I'm in. Anything in this box? Yes, actually. Grab all of these pieces parts. Okay, that bag is full. This thing's actually holding atmosphere. Oh, that's because the breach is back here and I haven't cracked that door yet. It's funny. Looks like we got a handful of thrusters, too. God, it hurts me to not grab these. But I have so many of them already. It's another really good one. Once. Because that's the intake. Music's really loud. We're going to have to scrap that door. And there goes the atmosphere. It's actually kind of a full O2 bottle. Like almost as full as mine. That's in really bad shape. It needs to be restored before it breaks. Because that's worth 20 grand. storage containers. Should be one more over here. And it's got like exactly shit in it. Alright. It's actually a good condition battery. Yeah, I know, phone. That was my alarm. I need to go soon. I have to get ready for work. It's freezing fucking cold. Oh, I missed a room. And ain't shit in here. Alright, you guys. I need to get ready for work. Which means I need to start wrapping things up here. Fix my airlocks, pressure. There we go, that's better. But we made it back from Venus. We purchased our apartment. We got it all fucking cleaned up and ready to start building expansions too. And now we're back at the salvage grind. At least until K-Leg has more control systems to ship out. As soon as there's enough control systems to make it worth the trip, I will be making another trip to Venus and back. So, but until then, we're gonna be working on our apartment and our other shit. I'm gonna try and build a decent-sized Hydra intake array inside the ship for the purpose of swapping out nitrogen canisters plus adding higher max fuel capacity. This flight around Venus really chews up fuel really bad. But that'll be more for tomorrow night. Let's find somebody to raid. Smoke a little bit of weed before I get out of here. Let's raid Varakti. He's playing GTA 5 right now. He's a good friend of mine. Wait, why is the title up there now? Why did they move that up there? Fuck. Alright, well that's annoying. Alright, so. You too, Akasha. Stay safe, my friend. Stay safe. All right. Yeah, no problem, man. If you have any more questions or if you want to learn something or need to figure out if you're having trouble or whatever with the game, just let me know. Just drop on in. I'm here every single night. If I can, I'll show you. You know, if I'm in a situation where I can actually show you, otherwise I'll try to explain when you have questions. Either way, I'll help you where I can. I also know a plethora of debug functions too. If the game bugs out on you, just let me know. I can help you fix things. I've gotten pretty intimate with the damn debug functions over the last year with this game. So, but yeah, you just let me know, man. I got you. But anyhow, I'm going to take a puff here really quick. Our raid target tonight is going to be Varakti. And when we get over there, I want you guys to give him a follow and show him love and support from our community and let him know that the Church of the Lead Pipe is always with him. As for me, I'm taking another puff. I'm getting ready to get out of here. I got to get ready to go to work. I'd like to thank y'all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I love and appreciate all of y'all. If you like my content, be sure to click the follow button and be sure to click the follow button so you get notifications as to when I'm live. Sorry, dying here. I am here Monday through Thursday nights from 7 p.m. Central Standard Time until at least 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. and Saturday through Monday mornings from 1 a.m. Central Standard Time until 4 a.m. That means I will be back again tonight when I crawl up under my rock. I will be back for some more Ostranauts, you guys. Take another puff here. Not that I sound like I need it. This puff's for you guys, my crew over on YouTube. I appreciate you all as well. Thanks for coming back and checking out our streams every day when I get them uploaded over there to YouTube for you guys to check out. If you like our streams and you want to support the channel, all you got to do is click the subscribe button and the bell. That way you get a notification as to when I upload the next VOD to YouTube for you guys. If you click the like button, that helps immensely with the algorithms as well. It'd be greatly appreciated. But one final thing, you guys, the most important thing. You guys on YouTube, those of you who are part of the Twitch community over here as well, I'd like to invite every single one of you guys to come hang out with us, jam out to tunes, play some games, but most importantly, smoke some weed. To get in on our rotation, all you got to do is click the link down below in the description, click the follow button on our channel page, and you get a notification as to when I'm sparking up the first bowl of the night, you guys. I look forward to smoking a bowl with y'all. But with that, it is time for me to take the last puff and get out of here. Salute, you guys. Woo! And with that last puff, you guys, I am out of here. That's going to do it for me, wrapping things up. Thanks again for coming and hanging out with me tonight, you guys. I will be back again tonight after I crawl from under my rock. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Stay safe and stay high. I love y'all. Peace.